Fala galera do canal, beleza? Vocês estão aqui no canal 100% Xbox e galera, hoje a gente vai fazer a cobertura aí do evento. Deixa eu dar uma olhadinha como é que tá aí, né, o som, né? Antes de eu olhar o som aqui, falar pra vocês que a gente vai aí estar cobrindo o evento agora, showcase, né, do ID Xbox, com atraso, graças à Microsoft, né, o marketing lixoso, né, da nossa querida Microsoft. Nosso Xbox precisa melhorar muito em marketing. Eu fico indignado que eu fiquei meia hora procurando aonde estava a transmissão do Xbox. Me desculpem começar com rage, mas olha galera, que vergonha do Xbox quando se trata de marketing. Isso aí era pra estar estampado em todos os lugares, era pra gente achar com facilidade. E eu, que estou ligado, sempre acompanhando as coisas do Xbox, tive dificuldade, mano, de meia hora pra achar esta porcaria, entenderam? E isso é realmente algo frustrante pra gente que produz conteúdo no YouTube. Deixa eu ver como é que tá o áudio aqui. Ah, legal, meu áudio está bem audível aí pra vocês. Então, bom, vamos lá, né? Acho que o evento já até começou aqui, né? A cobertura vai ser feita somente aqui na Twitch, pessoal. Deixa eu colocar aqui em tela cheia, ó. Já começou, ó. Estamos vendo atrasado, tá, pessoal? Infelizmente.
To test your abilities by giving you a special assignment. Success, and you'll be given a chance at earning your freedom.
Trying to kill me?
Salve Bytred, beleza? Salve galera! Tá na Twitch sim, Machado, mas tá no canal do Xbox. Tá no canal do Xbox na Twitch, não no meu canal, entenderam? E tá aí, vocês estão vendo de fundo aí alguns indiezinhos já que vão ser apresentados no evento aí, né? Esse evento é um evento pra jogos indies mesmo. E infelizmente eu, né, comecei a transmitir atrasado aí. E o som tá bem baixo, galera. O som do evento tá bem baixo. Os caras, não sei porquê. Eu já tentei aumentar aqui, não é aqui, entenderam? O som tá baixo, não sei dizer pra vocês o porquê. Pra quem não sabe, o evento já começou, viu galera? O evento já começou, é esse que vocês estão rolando na tela aí. É o showcase do ID Xbox. O ID Xbox é um evento de jogos indies, certo? Então eles vão apresentar pra gente alguns trailers aí de jogos indies, né? Não foi prometido nada mirabolante, nada demais, tá pessoal? Apenas apresentando pra gente os jogos que são indies aí, que estão chegando aí pra Xbox. Opa, obrigado, viu, Machado, pelo superchat, cara. Nem tinha visto aqui, mano. Obrigado, viu? Tô bastante frustrado, tá, galera, com o evento, porque eu nem achei o evento, manos. Nem achei o evento. Eu vim achar agora em cima da hora. Tô meia hora procurando o evento, caras. Pelo que eu tô vendo, vai ser no formato da Sony lá, né? O Salve, Evandro, de boa? Eu tô achando... Salve, Arthur! Eu tô achando que vai ser no formato do State of Play, né? Pelo jeito, né? Vai ser nesse formato mais State of Play que vocês estão vendo aí, ó. Os caras vão ficar só tacando o trailerzinho e mostrando o nome dos jogos e tal. Não vai ter aquele evento que a gente tá acostumado no Xbox, pelo que eu tô entendendo, né? Vamos ver. Se é a primeira leva de trailer aí... É verdade que todos os jogos que vai dar pra jogar de graça sem gold, todos os jogos que vai dar... Não. Como assim todos os jogos de graça sem gold? Não. São os jogos free to play. A gente tá querendo, a gente tá pedindo pra Microsoft... A gente tá querendo que a Microsoft libere pra todos, entendeu? E no 360 não é certeza, cara. 360 a Microsoft e a Sony praticamente abandonaram, cara, o sistema. Não tem como a gente exigir nada pra lá, entendeu? Eu gostaria, mas... E aí, Cactus Kingdom, salve, mano. Salve, Davi Roberto. Uma coisa que o Machado falou aí nos comentários aí, ó, no chat, que pelo menos o evento tá transmitindo... gameplays dos jogos. E as gameplays desses jogos indies tá interessante mesmo, concordo. Ó, me enganei.
Void Train, I see what you're doing there. Void Train looked really cool, that last one that we just saw. I was getting like a Outer Wilds meets Abduction kind of vibe from that. Brianna, were there any of those trailers that particularly jumped out at you?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of looking at, I think it was called Wild at Heart. It almost reminded me of Don't Starve a little bit. It looks like you're trapped in the forest, maybe with a friend. I'm very excited. I mean, Xbox came out of the gate swinging with this showcase. I am beyond excited to see what's next up.
Oh yeah, the first one that they showed, that Exo Mecha game, I saw some people in chat were like, is this like mech battle Titanfall-esque thing? I mean, the cool news is that a lot of these trailers that we just saw, if not all of them, I might be mistaken on this, but a lot of them said coming 2021, so those are games we can expect this year. Like I said, I'm a big fan of indie games. I'm a big fan of the ID at Xbox program, which we'll get into a little bit later about how the specifics of the program work. But bringing all these indie games to light is what it's all about. So Omni, we got to see a trailer for, and I've gotten to play a very early build of that, and it is so adorable. So we've got a lot of fun stuff coming up, and a lot of fun stuff here that we've seen already. It's been awesome. Brianna, do you play a lot of indie games on your Twitch channel?
I do. I kind of switch off. I mean, my favorite thing about indie games, honestly, is the art style. I am such a sucker for not only good graphics, but just visually appeasing games. And I feel like with indie games, you get so much of that. And also, by the way, I do want to remind the Twitch chat at home, please sound off. What game did you see from that last trailer are you excited about? I would love to hear it, and you never know, your comment can end up right here on the big screen.
Yes, I see Burnt Toast TJ, or Burnt Toast J in chat says, so great to see such wonderful support for indies. Yes, 100% yes. So yeah, that was Exo Mecho. I believe Ascent was the name of the second one. Omni, The Wild at Heart, and Void Train there at the end. Really, really cool.
Oh yes, I am excited. Oh, yes, I love that we're able to see this again.
Here was Exo Mecha, I believe is what this one was called again. And this is the one that some people were comparing to Titanfall. I don't know, my first thought when I saw those mechs, I saw kind of the circular light design in the center of their chest, and I was like, Pacific Rim? Now, not all of them have that, but this is reminding me of every great mech battle that I know. And look at that, we have underwater. I think I saw a grapple hook. There it is, a grapple hook mechanic in this. Is this the type of game you think you could see yourself jumping into?
See, I'm a little funny when I play games. I'm not a huge fan of first-person shooter type games. However, the graphics are very, very nice. I mean, and it looks like it's action-packed. There's so much going on. Like you said, you're able to go underwater. It looks like you were shooting at a helicopter in the last clip that we saw. This looks pretty good. I might have to give it a try.
I love the folks in chat right now that are so hyped for the Among Us segments coming up that they're just saying this game looks super sus. This trailer looks so sus. I get it. But yeah, that was just one of the, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trailers already shown. And like we said, we've got a packed show for you today. So lots and lots of trailers coming up. But I thought Exo Mecha looked super, super cool. That Cyberpunk one, I think it was called Ascent. I think the Twitter handle was at Ascent
that's
the
right.
game. That Cyberpunk one felt very like Shadowrun-esque to me in a good way. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I played through Cyberpunk 2077 and it didn't quite scratch the Cyberpunk itch in the way that I was hoping for. So maybe this game totally could. Maybe
Okay.
we'll see.
Fair enough.
Omni just looks stunningly beautiful. Is Omni more the type of game you would traditionally stream?
Yeah, I would kind of look more towards Omni. Like I was saying before, Wild of Heart is definitely something that captivated me and caught my eye as soon as I saw it. So I am very excited. And I like that you said that about that cyberpunk feel because, you know, some people are kind of looking for something in that genre if cyberpunk didn't exactly do it for them. So I'm excited about these. Yeah,
I see Mundane in chat says, Mundane Salad says Shadowrun is greater than Cyberpunk. You know what? You said it, not me. But I don't entirely disagree with you. Very spicy, very spicy take on there today. So folks, like I said, that was just a snippet of some of the fun that we have for you today, but let's bring in our first guest. So our first guest on today's show is the Senior Director of the ID at Xbox program, which has been helping independent developers self-publish their games on Microsoft's Xbox consoles for the last 7 years. And if you're wondering what types of games ID at Xbox are working on right now that will be coming soon to a console near you, well, here's a sneak peek.
Galera, não é Crysis porque é um evento indie, viu? Não seria um novo Crysis e tá com bastante cara de Halo também, né? Não só Crysis, mas tem algumas coisas ali que me lembram bastante Halo. Mas eu não vi qual é o nome do jogo, não entendi ali. Alguém viu o nome do jogo ali? Eu não vi. O Player BR falou que é o Exomecha. Ao Laio! Nem parece indie, né, Laio? Verdade. Exomecha o nome? Eu não vi. Manos, mas bonito jogo, hein? Tá aí um que me interessou já, hein? E eu me enganei, viu, galera? Sobre o evento, eu achei que ia ser tipo o evento da Sony, o State of Play, mas na verdade não foi, né? Na verdade a gente tá tendo um apresentador aí. Eu nem sei como é que tá meu áudio, tá muito alto o áudio do jogo pra vocês aí, o áudio da gameplay, das gameplays. Tem uns indizinhos que estão rolando aí que tá bem legal, hein? Ah, o Leandro falou ali, ó, é Exomecha mesmo, beleza. Me fala aí, galera, se tá ruim o áudio da minha voz em relação à gameplay de fundo. Quando rolar essas gameplays de fundo, eu vou mexer na minha... eu vou baixar o áudio dela pra eu poder falar, entenderam? E quando elas estiverem falando, eu vou ficar quieto pra gente ouvir o que elas têm a dizer aí. Eu tô mexendo na tela pra gente poder colocar as legendas delas aí, caso alguém entenda em inglês melhor lendo, né? Eu mesmo não entendo nem lendo, mas dá pra sacar algumas coisas. Nem está ouvindo o barulho do gameplay? Não tá rolando? Aí, ó, a musiquinha de fundo, ó. Não tão ouvindo? Salve o ArtX, beleza? Tá excelente, beleza. A gameplay tá baixo, Gustavo, por causa que também Ó, eu vou aumentar no volume máximo pra vocês aqui, ó. A gameplay tá baixo porque o evento tá com áudio baixo, viu? Não é aqui. Ó, aqui tá no máximo, ó. Coloquei no máximo aqui no OBS pra vocês ouvirem. Agora eu vou reduzir pra poder ficar a minha voz sobressair aí um pouco. Adiós. Ó, o jogo Adiós aí, ó. É legal esse lance que a Microsoft faz com a ID Xbox, né, manos? Ajuda bastante o pessoal da indústria indie, né? Melhorou? Melhorou? Coloquei no máximo, melhorou pra vocês, é isso? Eu vou deixar alto aqui, ó.
Hello, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling today?
Good, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course, of course. Now, for everyone at home watching that aren't already familiar with the ID at Xbox program, can you explain a little bit about how that works?
Yeah, sure. So basically, we're a program at Microsoft that enables independent developers to self-publish their games. So they come to xbox.com/ID, they sign up, they tell us what kind of game they're making, and we send them dev kits. They start development, they make the game, and then they're the publisher. We try and help amplify the promotion with things like what's happening today, and then the games come out, people play them, everybody's happy. It's awesome.
It is awesome. I personally love indie games, and I think we've seen indie games have this not even resurgence, but kind of like just being brought more into the public eye in the last decade or so. And it makes it a little bit hard for some people to kind of qualify what is indeed an indie game. So I want to ask you, Chris, what are indie games all about in your mind?
Well, that's actually one thing we do in the program is we don't try and define it. In fact, I used to have a buster on the outside of my office that said indie with a little buster through it because I was like, you know what, like I'm old and I spent the 90s as a punk rocker arguing about what was punk and what wasn't punk, and like we don't need to do that. You know what I mean? To me, an independent game is really all about creative control. If a developer has creative control, you know, they have that independence. But, you know, we have folks in the program who are single individuals, you know, one woman, one man making a game. We have studios in the program that are hundreds of people making a game. So we don't stress about it. Like, our focus is just on helping people get their games onto Xbox, helping get them great, and then making sure that players get to see them and have a good time.
Cool.
That is incredible. Now, Chris, I'm sure there are so many amazing moments that you were able to experience throughout your 7 years with the program. But if you could pick one, what would be your proudest accomplishment?
You know what? I can't. The thing that like really gets both me and the whole team on ID going is really like when we're able to help a developer like. A lot of times, especially a first game, like ship that first game, and that like always feels great. Or when we're able to work with developers from like all over the world, like we work with developers in more than 100 countries on every single continent except Antarctica, is really cool. So it's hard to pick a proud moment, but maybe my favorite moment was. I think it was E3, I can't remember which year, and it was right when we unveiled like the full Cuphead trailer, and I'd seen the trailer, I knew how good it was, and I'm on stage, I got the privilege of introducing the Moldenhauers, and the lights go on the Moldenhauers, and they go off me, and then the Studio MDHR logo comes up on what at the time was the largest 4K screen in existence, and I knew everybody's socks were about to get blown off, and just standing there in the dark on the stage, looking up at the Studio MDHR logo was like, I still get goosebumps. I have goosebumps right now talking about it. It was like, it was such a cool moment. It was such a cool moment for them and such a cool moment for everybody who likes to be, you know, just excited by games. So to me, that's like, it's one of my favorite moments of my career.
I remember that moment. I remember when Cuphead was first unveiled at E3 and everyone was like, what is this? And it delivered. I mean, Cuphead's a fantastic game. So what excites you right now? Like, what's the most exciting thing about the indie game scene in 2021, in your opinion?
Just the variety. I mean, we just saw on that trailer and all through today, we're just going to see so much variety of games. And you know, it used to be that I think when people heard the word indie game, there was this thought of like, okay, this is side-scrolling pixel art. And there's still a lot of great side-scrolling pixel art games, but there's everything from first-person shooters to, every genre under the sun, new genres nobody's ever thought of before. And to me, what's so exciting is these games come from everywhere, right? I think there's a game, I don't want to give it away, maybe it's a review, but there's a game we're going to see in a little bit from two devs in the Philippines. It's really, really neat. Despelote, which was just in the trailer, an airport for aliens run by dogs, where you like go around and interact with like clip art dogs that are rotating. Like those are all super cool. And then you have games that just come out of nowhere, not really out of nowhere, but like Shotgun Farmers, which is a game that launched on Xbox and was from one person and dominated the sales charts on Xbox for like a couple weeks. It was like the #1 game on Xbox. And that is just so cool that the world today like enables that kind of thing to happen. So that's what I love. I just love the variety.
Mm-hmm. I'm always amazed learning at some of the sizes of some of these development companies. Does it blow your mind what smaller indie teams are able to create and produce in comparison to AAA companies?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen like such great, I think we just call it like democratization of development with the rise of engines like Unreal and Unity and Game Maker. It really has now enabled the focus, games is still incredibly amount of hard work to make, but the focus is on like how good my idea is, how good my story is. Like game developers are no longer gated by the technology as much as they were 10 and 15 years ago. So that's awesome to see. And it's also been awesome to see how things like Game Pass have enabled so many players to experience so many games. It's just really, really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is super cool. And I, for one, love being able to jump on Game Pass and try something completely new because it's worked into that program. And we will definitely see games today in the ID at Xbox program that are available on Game Pass, but not all of them that we'll show today are, I don't think. Isn't that correct, Chris? It's some of them.
That's right. Yeah, it's a variety. Games like, I'm trying to think, like, off the top of my head, Genesis Noir shipped recently. That was a Game Pass game. But Shotgun Farmers, not a Game Pass game. And there's a huge amount of variety that's in Game Pass, which is fantastic. And there's a huge amount of variety of games that are, not in Game Pass. So it's just great. Like, there's just a tons to play, and that makes us feel really good.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Where do you think that indie games are headed next? So say in the next decade or two.
That is a great question, and the answer I'm going to give is that I have no idea, but I mean that in the best possible way. If you had asked me when we started ID if somebody was going to come up with a game where you shoot shotguns and when you miss the shot, a new shotgun grows out of the ground, I never would have guessed that. If you had asked me, is somebody going to make like a game that's hand animated 1930s animation, I never would have guessed that. And so what I love about indie games is they're always surprising us. They're always giving us something new. And so when I say I have no idea what we're going to see in 10 years, like, that's what excites me. Like, if I knew what was going to happen, I might not be as excited. So yeah, I think in the best possible way, I have no idea.
That's really interesting you say that. I am kind of curious with these next generation consoles that have just released very recently. How has that transition been? Has it been kind of difficult or?
No, not really. We've been seeding Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S's to our developers for a while, and we've been really excited to see how many independent developers are supporting features like Smart Delivery, where you might have an Xbox One today and you buy the game, and then when you get your Xbox Series S or your Xbox Series X, you just download the updated version of it at no additional cost. And independent developers are always surprising us. And so next-gen features, whether it's ray tracing or smart delivery, folks are taking advantage of them in really interesting ways. And so it's been exciting. It's been exciting to see the games, but one thing that we're proud of is that the transition itself for developers has been boring. And I mean that, again, in the best possible way. That, they get this new system and they can start taking advantage of the power of it, but they don't have to get a PhD to figure out how to use it. And so, that is kind of always our goal, to make it as easy as possible to ship so that the focus for developers can be on their game, on taking advantage of the hardware, not like fighting against the hardware and just being excited they got something to run.
Yeah, in that context in particular, boring is fantastic for the indie
Exactly.
devs, I'm sure.
Right.
So speaking of indie devs, what advice would you give to any dev teams out there who might be watching who would want to apply to ID at Xbox?
Yeah, just reach out. It's xbox.com/ID. You can see from today and from the 2,000 games that have come through the program in the last 7 years. We love variety. We're eager to support like all developers, especially if you're a new developer. This is your first game. Maybe you're not from the United States, or you're from a different territory. Like, please apply. We're really eager to help you get your games on the platform. There's a huge audience of players who want to play your games. I don't want to be crass, but independent developers on Xbox have earned more than $2 billion, like way over $2 billion in the last 7 years from shipping their games. And that just feels really good because it means that we have a sustainable marketplace where developers can have success and keep making their games. And so I guess that would be my message. There is a lot of success on Xbox, whether it's getting millions and millions of people to play your game through Game Pass, just shipping your game and having lots and lots of people play it and enjoy it. Please come aboard.
Wow, Chris, I want to thank you for taking the time to spend and chat with us. But before we do say goodbye, can you let everyone at home know how to apply to the program?
Yeah, absolutely. Devs just need to go to xbox.com/ID, and you can fill out an application there. I think it maybe takes like 5 or 6 minutes to apply. And, that's the easy part. The hard part is making the game. But the part of building a relationship with Microsoft and everything like that, we try and make that as easy as possible.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so very much for joining us today. This has been so enlightening to kind of take a peek behind the curtain at how all of this works. It has been so lovely having you, Chris. If people want to find you online, is there a place that they can follow you personally, or should they just follow ID at Xbox?
They can follow at ID_Xbox, or I'm at IOCat on Twitter.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Chris, thank you so much for popping by today, and hopefully we'll see you here on Twitch Gaming again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot,
Thank
guys.
you.
Bye.
Oh, that was so awesome. And it seems almost simple for developers to apply. I didn't know that it was almost that easy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, go to a website and it takes about 5 or 6 minutes. And I've known about the ID at Xbox program for years and how it helps indie devs get their games out there and get their games finished. And what an awesome program it is. But yeah, I also didn't know how easy it was for devs to apply. So for anyone watching this who has a game mulling around up here, even if it's just in concept phase, xbox.com/ID is what Chris told us. And fill it out there and see if you can help. If Xbox can help bring your game to reality and, bring it to Xbox consoles.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I feel like what Chris was saying, sometimes starting is the hardest part, but to even put your foot in the door by applying to the program, I mean, oh my gosh. I know there's some developers in the chat watching. Go ahead and get started. I see you guys in there. Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely love, like I said, I've been following this program for a while. When you go to a convention like an E3 and you go to kind of Microsoft's convention floor booth, like their section of it, there's always an ID at Xbox section. And whereas a lot of people go in and kind of hunt for the big AAAs, I'm usually scanning the floor for the ID at Xbox section because that's where I'm going to go and find the games that, like you said, Brianna, if you're in it for art style, if you're looking for like the game that brings out all the feels that you need to have a tissue box handy for, if you're looking for those fantastic scores and compositions, a lot of times that's where I'm like, ooh, I will find something really unique that maybe I haven't checked out here, which is it's just fantastic. And, as we mentioned, Cuphead was an ID at Xbox game. There's so many, I believe Oxenfree might have been originally as well. So many great games, and I know people in chat are teasing and hoping for games that we will talk about a little bit later in the show as well. So don't worry, we've got lots of stuff coming.
We do. We have so much coming. But up next, everyone, streamer Kate Stark will sit down with the team behind the new game Moonglow Bay, which takes place along the peaceful eastern Canadian coastline during the 1980s. In Moonglow Bay, you play as an old rookie angler struggling to keep your business afloat while coming to terms with the death of your lifelong partner, sorry.
There's the
But
feels,
after
yep.
exploring the world a little bit, you come to learn not everything is what it seems. Let's take a look at the trailer.
Quero agradecer o Laio aí pelo superchat. Obrigado, viu, Laio? Enquanto tá rolando as gameplays de fundo, dá pra eu comentar, né, galera? Eu não queria interromper o diálogo das moças ali. Obrigado ao Laio pelo superchat, ao Machado aí. Obrigado a galera sempre presente aí também nas lives. E na Twitch tem live todos os dias, viu, galera? No canal Aliados Gamers Oficial. Só chegar lá, que a gente bate papo mais lá. E lá eu faço jogando, então é bem da hora. Fora que rola sorteio direto. E aí, Wagner? Alucard, meu amigo, salve!
As long as this book is by your side. So am I. Welcome home.
Bacaninha pra quem curte,
Hi,
né?
everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, Zach and Lou. Welcome to the show. Can you tell us a little bit about Moonglow Bay?
Of course,
Yeah.
go ahead, Zach.
Sure. So Moonglow is like was said in East a fishing RPG slice of life set in eastern coast of 1980s Canada, though fictional.
Yeah.
And
And it's in a town that people are afraid to fish because of mysterious things.
weird
going
sea
on in the-
creatures.
yeah.
Well, it starts out like a kind of scenario where the game is very regular, and you're like, oh, it's just normal fish. It gets weirder and weirder, and you're like, okay, what's actually going on
yeah.
here? People have these myths, and there's some truth to these myths, and so it's a little spooky.
And you get to fish and you get to cook and sell and make friends around the town and build the town out.
So like while you're trying to explore the world, figure out what happened to your long lost partner, the town itself is going through their own struggles with their potential closing and inability to grow and survive. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a in tandem
Everyone
growth,
helping each other.
helping each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing. Now, without spoiling too much, what can you tell us about the town and what went into creating life in Moonglow Bay?
Oh, it does.
So the town is having its centennial, so it's gonna be 100 years old, and it's completely falling apart. It has no money. The town hall is closing, and you kind of like gotta help
Well,
it.
you moved into the town 3 years prior with your partner, thinking like, okay, we're gonna retire here and we're gonna just open up a little fishing shack. But then they go under adventure. Your partner goes under adventure to start up the shop, and they never come back. So now you're kind of like left alone. You're like, oh, I don't know what to do. And everyone else is also closing down. So you're like, oh, I need to like, I want this to survive. And your daughter comes back and it's like kind of like picks you up and says, let's do this. Let's figure this out. And,
Let's fix this town up.
yeah. And
There was so much, like, I did so much research on my side, like doing concept art and stuff about Eastern Canada in the 80s, like going to like little groups and checking like people's memories and the photos that they took of the east coast of Canada. So
and also in the fashion, because even though it was set in the 80s, the fashion hadn't caught up for like 20 years.
yeah.
No, it definitely had not. Well, I mean, what inspired the story on Moonglow Bay then? Because it seems that you did a lot of research into it, so you must like, and very specifically Eastern Canada as well. So what inspired that?
Well, I mean, I always like fishing games. I think a lot of us always very much like playing the mini games,
I'm one of those
fishing
people,
games, and
yes.
RPGs, and so it's just like it's one of those things. I was like, well, what if like this has to be feasible as a whole scope game? And I found
And with loads of other mini games that you can
and
also
it's
play.
like Legend of the River King, like was almost like 10 years ago, almost 13 years ago since it came out, and I was like, nah, this has to like we need to kind of like see what's feasible here. So
And like the story is like Zach and I met living in Quebec.
yeah.
And like my family has history with fishing. Zach has.
As a kid, I helped run a little fishing shop selling fish by the lakeside, and it was kind of like, you know, there's this connection. We're like, this is actually really chill. We wanted to make a game that was very relaxing, and this is the perfect kind of thing because fishing is pretty chill. And yeah, we just felt like it was the perfect environment to start off, and then we just from there started researching East Coast because we want to go into the ocean, get this vast space,
and also it was a little bit of wanderlust of mine because my dream has always been like I'm gonna go live in Nova Scotia. It seems like the most beautiful place, most calming place. So it kind of has that part as well.
Yeah, like that. That starry-eyed feel of like, oh, new town, beautiful, and
Absolutely.
That's why like one of the things in the game is to kind of build this town up and make it prettier over time.
So there is also a little bit of mystery around the story and around the town. Are you able to tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah, like a little hint, which is basically like there's a lore that exists in the world itself. It's not like the fish aren't typical, and they start off typical, but as you get deeper, you get into different biomes. So like regular water is what you're seeing right now, but then like, it spreads into like these sulfur zones, these like heavy glacier zones, and you're like, how does this doesn't exist in oceans? How does this happen? And so it's kind of like the mystery of
that's also like part of the thing that is making people so afraid. Like people go fishing and they don't come back,
and they just it's completely
so
bewildering.
everything is kind of fueled by myths in the town because nobody has the courage to actually go fish and find out if the myths are true or not. So you kind of like everyone just gossips to each other. Yeah.
So you can go talk around. You're gonna fill up a journal to see what these myths that people have accumulated are, and then you can go and like see what truth there is to this, and like there's always gonna be like, okay, go to this location, you're gonna find this weird fish that's gonna like nibble at your ankles. You're like, wait, what? And so it's like stuff like that for the player to find out.
So more specifically on that, how do the game mechanics work? What can players expect when playing Moonglow Bay for the first time?
Yeah, so it's a core loop of going out fishing and then coming back and cooking whatever you've caught in your home, and then you sell it at your vending machine.
Yeah, it's a less intense mechanic, the selling itself.
Yeah.
The cooking is like a bunch of fun mini games.
Like Cooking Mama style kind of stuff.
Yeah, and the fishing is like you have several different kinds of fishing. You can rod fishing is the one that goes the most complex. It has like different levels of
difficulty based on the fish
and equipment. And then there is trap fishing, there is
ice fishing, net fishing,
and line fishing, which is like a little bit more musical. So like you choose the style that you wanna fish with and tricks to capture this 100+
and there's like
creatures.
certain fish that can only be caught with certain tools, so you're gonna have to kind of go around and figure out what these combinations are. And also in your boat, you can expand with the money you've accumulated. You can expand the size of your boat, the tooling within it, to get a little bed and a kitchen in the boat itself.
So you can go fishing for days.
So you can go fishing out at sea for days rather than always having to come back to town.
Yeah.
I love the sound of that. Now, I know a question that a lot of our audience is going to be wondering and asking, and I am myself, can you pet the dog? Because I noticed there's a dog.
Yes.
Can you pet the dog?
You can pet the dog is going to follow you.
He follows you around.
It's your little companion.
His name is Waffles.
Yeah.
He's adorable.
Waffles!
Yes.
Oh, I'm in love with this game already. This is my new comfort game for sure. Lou, you were mentioning the art style. What inspired and influenced the art style for this game?
So Zach and I, like ever since we met, we did a bunch of like little mock-ups and stuff, trying to figure out like what game do we want to make. And it started from the principle that Zach does voxel art, and also like I wanted to bring something really relaxing. So one of the things that it doesn't look like it because it's all squared and it's like has a specific palette and stuff. But one thing that inspires me a lot on their direction is like Ponyo from Studio Ghibli, the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like as well as Animal Crossing, like in the old Harvest Moons from the GBA. So all those things that are very relaxing games that kind of slice of life, and
all the colors are much softer.
Yeah,
it's all intentionally like catered so you don't feel intimidated by anything, even if like our myths are a little bit spooky kind of thing. So
yeah, we kind of wanted the player to just like get home from work, in this case like finish work, and then like maybe open the game and just relax and distress from life.
I'm seeing a lot of people in chat mention that exact thing, so I think you're on the right track. What sort of playtime can people expect? Is it single player? Is it multiplayer? What do we think?
It's single player and
couch co-op.
Couch co-op.
It can be drop in, drop out. Like it's more of a style of like assist. So if you're having difficulty catching a fish, your friend can just like, or your daughter or anyone can just grab the controller and say, I'm gonna help you catch this fish.
And you can grab onto your player one and pull with them to pull the fish in.
So you go alongside the story and stuff, and the playtime.
We're estimating roughly around 10 to 12 hours. Depends if you want to be a completionist and try to get all the 100 plus fish in the game.
And all the side quests and stuff, or if you just want to follow the...
Or if you just want to gun through the story.
Yeah.
So just depending on how players want to play. I love that.
Yeah, so the range can be pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what are you most excited, as the developers, what are you most excited for players to experience when playing this for the first time?
For me, I'm excited to see how people react to the fish that they pull up, because we get really weird with their designs. And oh god,
I really love, like, for me, the whole friendship system, like how you can become best friends with people in town and they can tell you like their life stories, or you can help them with their little struggles and stuff like that. That is the kind of things that I love in games. So I'm looking forward to people seeing that as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Now tell us really quickly about scripting an indie game, and how is it challenging with that aspect of game design?
It's chaotic. It's one of those things that initially you're gonna have a set idea where you're like, okay, you have this goal,
and it's gonna be so big.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have a set idea that's massive. The scope is always gonna be huge, and then you kind of, as you're building out, you kind of build the first section, and then you're like, okay, how long is this gonna be? And then you play through, and you're like, all right, yeah, that.
And can we keep pulling out this amount of like story and work and being it through the entire game?
Like, we've been making this game for over 2-3 years, and a lot of iteration has gone through, and we're just like, okay, we have to keep cutting.
And it's interesting because we also we're still developing the game, and like as we develop it, we play it, and the storyline actually doesn't fit very well, so maybe we're gonna have to change it, and it goes a lot of work kind of goes down. But
the big thing is that we've always kept like the main beats of the game, and so long as you can tie between all of those beats, then the length between it is not what matters so much in terms of how long that is. If you can tie them cleanly, then I think the players will always be happy with it because they're going to feel satisfied in the storytelling.
Yeah.
Right, and you were mentioning through the storytelling and a little bit earlier that there is a good amount of lore in the game, and I'm understanding that the lore is definitely playing a bigger role than I may have thought. Can you tell us a little bit about the lore?
The lore is, I think
it's hard without spoiling much.
Without spoiling too much, but like one of it is like the reason why some of the people in town are afraid is because the fishermen who die at sea, their spirits are taken within the waters, within the ocean, and that's what manifests like these weird fish and stuff. Ooh. It's taken like from people's thoughts. And so yeah, it's
like their weird thoughts and their weird imagination kind of brings up things in the sea.
Yeah. So, and that's just a tinge. I want to see more, but I also don't want to.
Yeah.
No, not spoiling is very, very good. We'll steer off of that just to get away from spoilers for a little bit. But how did your team approach replayability?
Yeah, so that was a little hard on the
story. The story part. It's mostly like we're trying to make different challenges in the fishing itself, even though it's a relaxing game, but we still wanted to give different levels to the types of fishing.
Yeah, and it's one of the big things is that adding value to that replayability, and all the way we've done it is tying to that story. Because the lore is so interesting to player base, every bit of thing that work you're doing, every added work you're doing goes towards that story, and you've got a lot of collecting. So if you want to,
that's one of the reasons why we added so many fish, because we want to people to always have a surprise when they're playing the game. There's always something new, and different zones have different new stuff for you to. So
you don't have to 100% all the fish in the game to complete the game, but you can keep going after that and learning more of the stories.
As someone who likes to replay comfort games like this, and I think I would classify this as a bit of a comfort game, I'm very, very happy to know that there is that option. Before we say goodbye, because this has been lovely speaking to both of you, how can people follow you for updates on Moonglow Bay?
So we have the Moonglow Bay Twitter account, an Instagram account, a Facebook page. It's all at Moonglow Bay. And we also, the studio itself is at Bunny Hug Games. On Twitter. And also there is our publisher that is also going to be giving a bunch of updates, which is at CodeSync, like code and a sync. Yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful.
So that's where we can find.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I know I'm excited to be taking these updates, and I'm going to be wish listing that as soon as I get off of here. Thank you so much for your time, and let's send it back to Story Mode Bay and Trisha Hirschberger.
Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Zach and Lou. What a fun look at Moonglow Bay. I mean, as soon as we got that little nugget of lore where people who die in the ocean, people who die at sea, their spirits and thoughts or whatnot kind of come to be in the fish, I was like, oh man, this went from peaceful fishing sim where I want to like romance different people in town to something entirely different.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I love how Kate kind of called it a comfort game, because it almost is a comfort game with, you know, not the death part maybe. I don't know how comforting that is. But it looks so adorable. And again, the art style for me is what really drew me in. It's almost like that pixelated type of look. You don't really see that too commonly in games now. And I love that, you know, they brought that back. And yeah, I'm putting it on my wish list. I need that.
Yeah, I saw people in chat saying it's kind of like Minecraft-y looking, but with upgraded graphics. At least that's what people were reminded of. And everyone was getting excited when they saw there was crafting in it too. So we learned different types of fishing, cooking mini games, sell everything in a vending machine, meeting different people in town, and just for Zach and Lou, like, to be indie devs who kind of created this world, I'm sure it's just so exciting to invite people into the world and see what they do. Just like, hands off, we made the playground. Now the ball is in your court, which is really cool.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited for them. All right, folks, we have to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have more exclusive trailers coming up. I see everyone in chat that's like, trailers. We'll get there. We have more exclusive trailers coming up, and coming up, interviews with the devs from Soup Pot, Nobody Saves the World, Among Us, and more. See you soon.
Galera, é impressão minha ou os caras fizeram uma pausa? Explica aí vocês que manjam dos inglês. Dos inglês, não é nem inglês. Fizeram uma pausinha, então já que fizeram uma pausa, dá pra gente comentar, né, manos? Caras, que jogo foi esse aí? O jogo do peixinho, Peixe Simulator? O pescador de ilusão Simulator? Que coisa, não? Até agora Até raiva no Ori? Como assim? Ori 3? Como assim? Que isso? Que isso? Não, acho que não acabou. Acabou? Era só isso? Volta em 2 minutos, ó lá. Não, gente, não acabou não. É pra gente... Eles estão fazendo uma pausa pra gente interagir, entendeu? Pra gente conversar aqui. Acabou não, turma. Ô, turma. Faz comigo não. Até agora o evento tá bem fraco, tá, pessoal? Eu só gostei daquele Exo, né? Aquele jogo Exo, como é que é o nome? Exo alguma coisa. Que lembra bastante o Crysis e lembra também o Halo, né? E tem umas paradas bem interessantes naquele jogo. Até agora o único jogo, e foi o que eles menos falaram, né? Esse do peixinho parece ser um jogo interessante se ele for mais do que aquilo ali, né? Porque ali, pelo que eu vi, tem hora ali, né, no jogo. Então quer dizer que a pessoa vai meio que viver uma vida dentro do jogo. De repente seja legal, né? Tipo, a convivência ali no ambiente do jogo pode ser que seja legal. Tipo um The Sims, quando você tem objetivos e tudo mais. Mas os caras só pescam, é isso mesmo? Porque se for somente isso que os caras fazem no jogo... pesca e cuida de um pet, pelo que eu entendi. Aí eu sei lá, cara, não... o gráfico não me incomoda, eu gosto daquele gráfico ali. Eu joguei Riverbond é naquela pegada. Eu joguei Minecraft Dungeons, que também é pixelizado, então Eu não tenho esse problema com esse tipo de jogo, não. O Tudo Nesse Mundo falou, eu não entendi se é pra relaxar ou um puzzle. Eu perdi o começo do evento. Foi anunciado Tunic. Ô, Zugor, salve, Zugor. Não vi, cara. Não vi Tunic, não, cara. Não vi Tunic. Tunic, né? Tunic. Enfim, eu não vi esse. Se passou, passou tão rápido que eu não vi. Eu cheguei atrasado no evento hoje, mas tava rolando já. The Sims estilo Minecraft de pescaria, então. Pode ser que seja legal, né? Só vendo, né? Pelo que a gente viu ali, a conversação toda não agradou tanto, não. Tá voltando aí, ó.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ID at Xbox Showcase right here on Twitch Gaming. My name's Trisha Hirschberger, and I am joined by the fantastic Story Mode Bay today to tell you about all things going on the indie scene from Xbox.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Like we were saying earlier on in the show, we have such an incredible lineup for all of you. Coming up soon, Blind Gamer Steve will sit down with the team behind Soup Pot, and later on, we'll be talking to Victoria from Among Us. I know everyone in the chat is waiting for that interview about the new map that will be dropping in the game on March 31st. But first, we have more exciting game trailer reveals for you. From drifting across gorgeous rally racing landscapes to surviving the cold and desolate wilderness, our next announcements are coming to the Xbox platform soon. Let's take a look.
Aê! O que interessa agora, vão mostrar pra gente um jogo que lembra Top Gear, galera. É isso mesmo? Não, nada a ver. Top Gear é o nome da revista que avaliou ali. É o nome da revista. Vamos ver se o jogo é legal. Parece ser bacana, né? Mas é rally? É rally, é isso? Ralizão? Mostra gameplay aí pra nós, meu filho. Aí, ó. Aí parece gameplay, ó. Ou é só mais cutscene mesmo? Wreckfest Indie. É, Baitrude. Se for, é bom, pô. Wreckfest é da hora. Ué, mas o cara não tá correndo com ninguém? É Forza Indie? Xbox 360 tem alguma novidade? Tem não, Mr. The Fox. É, de rally. Eu não curto jogo de rally, não. Opa! Jogo assim eu curto, hein? Lembra Zelda, hein? Olha! Eita! Esse parece ser bacana, mano. Fazer um churrasquinho de vaca ali, ó. Ó, captura os bichinhos igual Pokémon, é isso? Aí, pescaria. Batalhas épicas. Ô, louco, até foguete tem. Craftopia. Craftopia. Da hora, hein? Esse eu gostei. Zelda. Zelda Breath of Wild 2. É, fizeram um... Tem pescaria esse aí. Traumatizaram a gente com pescaria, hein? Ô, esse aí parece ser sobrevivência. Co-op, pelo jeito. Opa! Tirinho nós gosta, né? Ó! Sobreviva! Far Cry Indie. Bazuca neles. Zelda of the Wisps. Esse é o Rust. Caraca, esse jogo é bacana, hein? Eu já vi falar desse jogo. Também gostei desse, o Player BR. Essa empresa aí faz bons jogos indies, viu? Essa Team 17 aí. Far Cry de Taubaté. Tecno Sword. Isso aí já é os miljão da massa, né, ó. Isso aí a galera só vai jogar pelos 1000G, aposto, mano. Só que não deve ser fácil não, viu? Rust parece ser bom também, acho. Também achei, Gustavo. Narita Boy. Ó, vai estar no Game Pass aí, ó. O Narita Boy aí, se for milzão, já, a galera já tá pondo na agenda pra jogar. Ah, ó o vizinho... O vizinho assombrado aí, pelo jeito. Aquele neighbor, né? Parece, né, ó. É ele mesmo. Caraca, acertei. The Neighbor. Mais um Neighbor? Caraca, velho. Hello Neighbor 2. Aí, ó. Hello Neighbor 2. Meus filhos adoram esses joguinhos aí, mano. Esse aí é sim. Acabou de mostrar aí. O Hello Neighbor 2. Então, tudo isso aí vai pro Game Pass, ô Maker? Caraca, velho, eu não tava sabendo. Eu vi mesmo ali o anúncio ali, Game Pass. Alguma coisa sobre o Crossfire. Então, eles estão... Acho que eles estão guardando pro final, Black. Se chegar, é pro final aí, hein? Não, esse aqui é o 2, né? O que se lançou não foi o 1? Aí saiu um outro também, mas não era o 2, né? Ou era? Não sei, eu não... Meus filhos que gostam desse jogo, eu não... E eles não jogam também, né? Eles mais assistem o pessoal jogando, porque a gente não tem. Ué, mas esse vai ser assim? Esse vai ser assim, ó, você entrar... Ah, não, ali é só uma ilustração, né? Dos labirintos, né, pra você conquistar o objetivo. Ó, o Felipe... E aí, meu amigo Frágil? Jogo divertido, Narita Boy. É legal? É legal que a galera do Xbox é mais mente aberta com indie, né? A galera gosta mais dos indies, né? Não saiu, né, Reizinho? Ainda não saiu os Games with Gold. Sim, no mobile também tá bem famosinho mesmo. O Hello Neighbor. Esse é o 2, ó. Ó, é a alpha ainda, hein, ó. Ainda tá na alpha, então vai lançar ainda, ó. Dá pra jogar a alpha na Microsoft Store.
So I played the first one and I was kind of petrified. Like he was finding me from every little corner. I remember trying to hide in the rooms and he was right there waiting for me. So the fact that they're making a second one and he's even smarter than the first game, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous.
Well, that was one of the coolest things about the first Hello Neighbor is that, you know, he would adapt to your play style, and the more that you would do runs, the smarter he would get. But now not having it only be your runs, but the entire community's runs that Mr. Peterson's learning from is frankly quite terrifying to me. Although I'm super interested that they said that the other neighbors will all have stories and will be able to interact with the other neighbors as well. That's super cool. I love that in Hello Neighbor 2 we get a little bit of a motivation as to why we're invading this man's house, whereas I feel like in the first Hello Neighbor you're just like those meddling kids.
Yes.
That are bugging
Don't
our
throw
neighbor.
your ball over in my yard again. And yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Now, I was going to say I was very happy to see that Team 17 is coming out with another game. They're the same developers that made Overcooked, and even the style of the game, it looks very 80s and retro and almost futuristic in a way, which is super exciting to see. The first trailer that we saw with the car driving, again, a beautiful art style. I mean, wow. These trailers are blowing me away. It is a great time to be a gamer.
Yeah, that first trailer we saw was for a game called Art of Rally, which got high praise from the folks at Top Gear, and being a little bit of a car enthusiast, if you will, an auto enthusiast. I was like, man, okay, loving it. That's some high praise again for Art of Rally. Craftopia looked cool, and I saw a lot of Rust fans in chat when we were showing Rust Console Edition. So for our console gamer friends, you will be able to get into the world of Rust if that's your jam. I've dabbled a little bit in Rust myself, although I dabbled on a friendly server, so I know it could be a lot more intense if I was in a more survival-based server where everybody's out to get everybody else. But yeah, console friends, welcome.
Here we go.
To Rust. But all right, so that was just some more trailers for everybody to check out. I know chat is all about those trailers. Up next on the show, we have streamer Blind Gamer Steve will chat with the dev team behind the new cooking-inspired game, Soup Pot. In Soup Pot, you'll be able to make food with a wide range of locally sourced or supermarket ingredients in traditional kitchens. Discover and learn more than 100 recipes while streaming your cooking on Cookbook, the in-game social media map. Okay, so we've got like a cooking game and a streaming game. Let's just take a look at the trailer.
Let's do it.
Eita! Enrolation Edition acabou por enquanto. Agora a gente vai ver o cara fazer bacon. Preparar um bacon. O Bacon Simulator agora, galera. Ah, é pãozinho, ó. Aí sim, ó. Você que quer aprender a fazer um pãozinho com bacon, com tudo que tem direito, esse jogo é pra você. E lá vou eu, hein? Essas músicas aí se me derem... Ó o nome do jogo, Soup Pot. Galera, obrigado pela presença de todo mundo que tá chegando aí, viu? Muito obrigado mesmo.
Excited. Hello, I'm Steve, aka Blind Gamer Steve, and to introduce our guest stars is what I'm here to do. It really makes me happy to introduce to you Gwen and Trina from Chicken Club Studios. Hello, Gwen and Trina, how are you?
Hello, Steve. Hi.
Hello.
Was there anything?
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. So, Soup Pot, tell us all about it. What is it? Tell us more. We need to know more details.
So it's really weird. It's like our game, it's very chaotic. It's like, to summarize in one sentence, it would probably be a chaotic cooking game where you don't need a recipe. There's no fail states in this game. You just do what you do in the kitchen. You improvise. So the player would be quote unquote streaming their process in the kitchen. And in Asian culture, we don't really have fixed measurements for cooking. We just like we eyeball everything, and then we adjust them according to taste. We just listen to the voices of our ancestors in the background. And we want to replicate this way of cooking because we think it would be fun to play. Especially we wanted to do the iconic cooking methods, like using our fingers to measure how much water to put when you're cooking rice. Yeah.
That is so cool. And you mentioned we talked before, by the way, thank you for tuning in. I know you're in the Philippines and it's way past midnight where you are, so thank you so much. But I wanted to ask, because you said that it was that the Supot is very Filipino and Asian inspired. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that inspiration is part of the game?
So actually, like, Trina and I both love to cook. That's one of the things. And then the pandemic happened, and Trina and I were just like, oh, like, we're not doing anything. Like, we're just at home. We don't get to eat out. And then we decided to make games. So last year, we released a demo, which was called Putahe ng Ina Mo Sinigang Edition. And then we looked in the streaming part of it. And people really liked it. So one of the things that we wanted is, like, Gia we asked Gia to do sound design where she talks about, she says the ingredients names. And that carried over into our actual game. Like, when we saw how much people enjoyed the demo and they really like it, like, we feel like we're filling in a gap where it's not too serious gaming, like, it's not instructional, like, we want to recreate as much as, how you would be in the kitchen, which is you measure by feeling, you fix things as you go, things can get messed up, and, like, we just want to bring in that fun into the game and make it a game. Like, the fact that when you look at games in general, cooking game is always like a mini game, just like a side thought. And we both love cooking, like, we both love food also, so we wanted to put cooking itself as the focus of our game.
That is so awesome. Now, we did see actually a little bit in that trailer that there's a social network in this game called Cookbook. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that ties in to the progression system in the game?
So Cookbook itself, we wanted a way to wrap the game, and then it's essentially like fake Facebook, where you could look in and then you have, like, tasty, like, videos, and you learn.
There's also the current news.
Yeah, there's also current news, and then essentially, like, you learn by watching videos of the game, so you also learn techniques, like, through a combo fighting system that we want. But then there's also an accessibility option where we've made it so that you could actually remap the controls so that you could adjust the game to your playstyle. And which is something that was very important.
Yeah, because I was going to ask about that, actually, because of course I'm an accessibility advocate and consultant, so accessibility is very much a big part of my life and what I do. So what are the other accessibility features that you're going to actually have in Supot?
So one of the things that, like, we really care for is dyslexia. Like, one of our team members has dyslexia, so that's very important to us. That was a very long discussion, whether we put in, like, QTE or whether and to balance that so that people feel like they're progressing in the game. Another thing is that Trina is designing, colorblind filters so that we make sure that the game is also playable to people who may not see the colors. We've added in, like, the reactions, like the lines, so that you have, like, sort of an indicator of what's happening in the kitchen. And then it was semi-incidental that, our sound designer, Oda and Gia, like, they just really made the game so well, like the sound design is so well that all the audio feedback, you know, really helps you play the game. Like you could play it also like by listening. And the fact that the ingredients shout their names.
Yeah, the ingredients shout their names.
That is so cool. I can't wait to be able to try that out. Now, Trina, I wanted to ask you because apparently I understand you're the queen of meme over there at Chicken Club. So I heard that you'd said that there's some really creative and meme-driven achievements in this game. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're going to look forward to? And you mentioned to me earlier there's a 5-second rule achievement. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So our achievements aren't skill-based. They're basically based on how much fun you have in the kitchen. So we have this thing where if you drop an ingredient on the floor and you decide to pick it back up and put it on the pot, the game will record that and mark that as an achievement for the 5-second rule because you're still using the ingredient that fell on the floor. And there's also this. Oh no, I'm spoiling a lot of things. But anyway, there's also this feature where you have a fake neighbor in the background singing karaoke, and if you get too annoyed, you can just throw food at them, so they stop singing. Oh my
gosh!
Something like that. Yeah.
That is so amazing. I love that. So by the way, you should probably mention that you got to make sure that you have to turn the stove off, correct? You don't want to that's going to be an issue.
You need to turn your stove off if you're not using it because it's gonna Eguen is gonna implement a feature where if you don't turn off the stove, your whole kitchen's gonna burn. Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, you had also actually mentioned before that essentially there's going to be the ability to have like kind of different types of food from like locally grown farmers and holiday food. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So one of the things is that we have a marketplace in Cookbook, the social media. And then what we wanted to do is essentially if you wanted to make like gourmet food, and which like almost all restaurants, what they do is that they source locally, and this is something that's very subtle. It's not really gonna affect like your experience of the game, but we wanted to ensure that the design of it also reflects that, you know, small like local farmers and homegrown organic ingredients are just better and like more fresh compared to like supermarket ones, just because of, you know, like fast food and like waste and all of those things. So you don't necessarily feel that in the game because you could buy whatever you want, and you know, the no fail state and the you know, quirky insults that both Trina and I grew up with, like that is how the game is. So I feel like it doesn't push the things that we want, but we've designed the game in a way that it reflects that.
I love that. Now, is this going to be a like a solo single player experience, or is there going to be multiplayer in this at all?
Oh, it's a solo experience.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So you can kind of go at your own pace. I love that. So I bet there's a lot of people kind of in the chat that are going to be wondering when can we be able to get our hands on Supot on Xbox?
So currently we are aiming for August 31st, 2021, and yeah, like that month is like pretty important for us. When the game gets launched, you also could actually play in a Japanese and Korean kitchen because of like how close those culture are us to what we're exposed to. So there are a couple of recipes, and then you could choose to cook in a Japanese or Korean kitchen also.
That is so really cool. I love that so much. All right, so thank you so much, Gwen and Trina, for joining us. Where can we be able to find more information about Chicken Club, you, and Supot?
We have a website that's down there. It's chicken.club.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome.
And we also have a Twitter.
And
we also have a Twitter, Chicken Club. Yeah. And Discord,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Discord too. Yeah. Just look them up on Twitter, look them up online. Supot will be coming very soon to Xbox. Thanks once again, and I'm going to send it back to Story Mode Bay and Trisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh,
you,
that was
Steve.
adorable.
Thank you, Gwen
Thank
and
you.
Trina. Okay, Brianna, are you a good cook in real life?
I've gotten better, yes. When I first started cooking, no, not really. But it's almost like trial and error. I love what they were saying earlier about how, you know, in their culture, there's no sense of really following recipes. It's just you let the ancestors guide you and they'll tell you how much you need to add. That's the kind of cook I am.
You know what? I self-professed not a good chef, personally. And I'm watching this thinking, oh, maybe this will make me a better chef, much like Dance Dance Revolution made nobody a better dancer. So no, probably not. But at least it might make me have some love, you know, for cooking. I like the wacky stuff that they talked about where, like, you can throw food at your karaoke neighbor.
Yes.
That sounds hilarious. Or that when you select food, or I guess pick it up, the food yells out its name.
Yes.
When you pick it, that's what I'm in for. I'm in for the wacky stuff.
Or even they were saying the 5-second achievement. If you drop some food and as long as you pick it up, blow the dust off and put it back on the stove within 5 minutes, you'll be good. It's fine. I'm excited to play.
5-second rule for real.
Yes, for real. Well, everyone at home watching, coming up, we will chat with Victoria from Among Us about the new airship map coming over to the game. And later, streamer Dano Taj will have a conversation with the devs behind Nobody Saves the World. I am very excited. But first, let's take a quick break. Be right back.
Momento aí, galera. Mais momento de intervalo. Mais 3 minutinhos de intervalo aí. Manos, sinceramente, agora tem que fazer alguns comentários aqui, tá, pessoal? É o seguinte. Bom, primeiro falaram desse jogo de cozinha aí, o simulador de cozinha, né? O simulador de pão. E falaram alguma coisa agora no final, né? Ó o sujeito. Salve, sujeito, beleza? Sujeito 17, falaram sobre o Among Us, exatamente. Daqui a pouco acho que eles vão falar de Among Us. E, gente, esse jogo aí parece, pelo que eu entendi, que vai ser 1000G Easy. Então muita gente só vai jogar esse jogo mais por causa dos 1000G. Não tô dizendo que o jogo é ruim. Eu respeito pra caramba, tá, os jogos indies. Eu gosto muito de jogo indie. E mesmo os que eu não gosto, eu respeito, porque eu acho que a gente não é ninguém pra medir o trabalho das pessoas, principalmente quando a gente não é da área, né? Agora, eu como jogador, não vou dizer pra vocês que eu gostei do jogo, eu acho o jogo fantástico, mas eu respeito, porque eu sei que tem gente que gosta, que joga. E eu não acho que rir, debochar de um conteúdo feito com carinho, com amor pelas pessoas ali envolvidas no projeto seja algo que se justifique, entenderam? Mas eu acho que gastar aí, sei lá, 20 minutos, meia hora só pra falar do jogo, cara, foi um desperdício de tempo do caramba. E deu a sensação de que eles tinham tempo ali pra dar uma enrolada, sabe? Vamos ficar... Ó, você tem 10 minutos, 20 minutos pra falar com elas aí sobre o jogo. E já não tinha nem tanto assunto assim pra falar do jogo. O jogo é um simulador de cozinha ali, entendeu? E acabou, entendeu? Acabou, não tem muito que... Eu acho que tem tanto jogo mais importante aí, talvez, no evento que eles possam falar mais, né? O próprio Among Us, talvez, a chegada e tudo mais. Mas enfim, galera, gosto bastante, tá, de jogos indies, respeito muito os jogos indies. Acho que a gente tem que respeitar o trabalho das pessoas, a gente não pode menosprezar o trabalho de ninguém, né? Mas que dava para os caras dar uma diminuída aí. Dava. Dava para resumir em 2, 3 perguntas básicas ali, só pra gente saber quanto de Gamerscore vai ter ali, né? Quantas conquistas vão ter, por exemplo. E como que é o jogo? Acabou, essas 2 perguntas. Como que é o jogo? Você vai cozinhar, você vai dropar farinha de trigo, vai abrir 1000G, entendeu? 1000G não, 200G, e vai ser assim e tal. Acho que dava pra dar uma resumida, entendeu? Não é um jogo tão importante, jogo muito nichado para eles darem tanta ênfase assim nele, entenderam? Ainda estavam aqui, Felipe, ainda estavam aqui, acredita? Aí, ó, voltou. Voltou, agora vão mostrar jogo aí, eu acho, hein? Vamos ver.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the ID at Xbox Showcase right here on Twitch Gaming. My name is Trisha Hirschberger, and I am here today with Brianna, aka Story Mode Bay, and we're kind of like your tour guides through this event today, leading you to all the different sections of things that you will want to see. But we do have a lot of great stuff coming up.
We absolutely do. Next up, everyone, we'll be hearing from the creative team behind Nobody Saves the World, and they will be interviewed from none other than Danotage. But before we get to that interview, we have more gameplay trailers to reveal. From the Battle of Normandy to the scrum of medieval combat, this next batch of games promises something for everyone. Let's take a look.
Enter.
Opa, mais trailer aí pra gente, hein? Mais trailer aí. Ó, Playtonic. Playtonic, é isso mesmo? Ô, produção, é isso mesmo? Eu gosto da Playtonic, hein? Joguinho de plataforma. Estilo daqueles de celular, pelo jeito, né? Agora vai ser mais meia hora falando desse aí, rapidinho, meia horinha. O que é meia horinha, né? Aí esse parece ser legalzinho, apesar de eu não estar acostumado com o estilo de arte dele, né? Eu tô estranhando o estilo de arte deles. É a Playtonic mesmo, a Playtonic Friends. Ué, mas é outra Playtonic, será? Ou é a mesma que fez lá o... Esqueci o nome do jogo. O Yooka-Laylee. É a mesma que fez o Yooka-Laylee? Opa, agora sim, hein? Só os tiroteios frenéticos agora, hein? Esse da Playtonic eu também gostei, viu? E aí, Rafael Silva, por que o YouTube me recomendou o canal de Xbox? Porque é um canal ótimo. Vem assistir o conteúdo com a gente, pô. O YouTube só te recomenda coisa boa. Opa, joguinho de guerra medieval aí, ó. Eita. Só faca na caveira, só peixeira, velho. Só peixeirada no lombo, ó. Que isso? Ah, é publicado pela Playtonic. Eu pensei que o jogo era dela, William. Mas é um joguinho legal, viu? Plataforminha. Só que eu tô estranhando aquela mescla de 2D com 3D que eles fizeram ali. Eu estranhei um pouco, não vou mentir, não. Chivalry. Ah, esse jogo aí é o 2. Tem o primeiro lá pra época do 360, hein? Ele é online, esse Chivalry aí. Acho que é cavalaria, né? Ele é online, ele é online. Ele é só multiplayer. Muita gente não conhece o Chivalry do primeiro... Lá da época do Xbox 360, hein? Não foi um jogo tão popular no Xbox, pelo que eu percebi. A trilha sonora desse jogo lembra a Hellblade. Esse aí que tá passando na tela. Caras, eu gosto de jogo assim. Eu gosto de jogo assim, 2D. Meio beat'em up, né? Entre aspas, né? Com hack and slash. E aí, Flávio Studio, salve! Opa, o ID Xbox, cara, é pra trazer conteúdo independente, né, cara? Pra apoiar as empresas indies, entendeu? E, cara, tem que ter, que às vezes no meio de tanto jogo indie, tem aqueles que são as pérolas, né? Song of Iron. Song of Iron. Às vezes tem aqueles que se destacam, né? Então tem que dar oportunidade, sim. E não é porque a gente não gosta que... aumentar o som? Vocês querem ouvir o som do jogo? Ok. Tá muito baixo? Ó, esse aí... esse aí, ó. Ó que legal esse aí, hein? Ó que bacana, hein? Esse aí, o Robertão que gosta de indie, ó, vai miletar em... vai ser mais difícil que Dark Souls e ele vai miletar em rapidinho. Boa tarde, Ronaldo. Algo decente além de Songs of Iron. Eu gostei daquele da Playtonic, que eu não lembro o nome agora. Exatamente, João Pedro, exatamente. João Pedro falou, State of Decay 2 é a prova que existe indie bom e promissor. Tanto que o 3 será AAA. Na verdade, o State 1 era indie, né? O State 1 era indie. E ele teve um potencial tão grande lá no Xbox 360 que a Microsoft até comprou, né? A Undead Labs, né?
Also one, the gliding sim. I feel like is what that is. If you need to just zen out. I saw Blank Arcadian in chat when we were watching the trailer for King of Iron said Assassin's Creed of Persia. And I just thought that was
É legal elas fingirem, né, que estão espantadas com os jogos, né, caras?
So King of Iron might be right up there as well. Brianna, did you have any of those trailers that jumped out at you that you were like, yes, I gotta play that?
Yeah, that first one, Demon Turf, I think it was called, definitely caught my eye. It's kind of like a 3D platformer, but what I liked about it is they kind of experimented with that 2D style a little bit as well. So yeah, I'm excited about this. Also, what I'm equally as excited about is our very next interview coming up. Up now, streamer Danotage is going to connect with the devs behind Nobody Saves the World. From the developers of Guacamelee, oh, I love that name, comes Nobody Saves the World, which is a twist on an action RPG in which you play many different character forms, each with their own unique gameplay mechanics. You get to explore a vast overworld, clearing generated dungeons in an effort to beat back the calamity and save the world. Let's check out the trailer.
Opa, que é isso aí? Eu gosto desses desenhos assim, desses jogos com esses gráficos cartunescos assim, acho bacana. Vamos ver o que é, né? Olha! O jogo assim é bacana, hein? Só espero que não seja aqueles roguelike que você morre e volta tudo do início, né? Que isso aí já tá ficando um saco já, né? Os caras só fazem jogo assim. Não mutou não, Giovana. Não mutamos não. Quando vai ter Xbox Live de graça no Xbox 360? Calma, a gente nem sabe se isso vai acontecer.
Yo,
360 não foi prometido nada.
That trailer was awesome. I've seen that like 3 times now. It's fantastic. My name is Danotage. Hello, everybody. I'm joined by the lovely, lovely human beings named Grant Smith and Ian Campbell from Drinkbox Games. The lovely people that brought you Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2 now bring you Nobody Saves the World. Hi, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm not joking. That trailer gets me amped every single time. I've seen it like 4 times now, and it's fantastic. The music's a bop. The game looks fantastic. Let's talk about it. There's so many things to get into. We don't have a ton of time. Let's dive right into it. What do you guys want to start with? We got all kinds of things.
Well, we can explain a little bit about the gameplay, how it works, and what we're going for with the game.
Yeah, please.
I guess Nobody Saves the World. Well, to start off, that naked gray baby that you saw that picked up the wand at the start of the trailer there, that's Nobody. That's who you start the game as. And so like right at the start of the game you find this magic wand, which allows you to change your form into different types of forms. So the game is basically like a top-down RPG, action RPG, but as you're playing, you're progressing through this form tree and you're unlocking new forms and playing as different forms and experiencing like completely different types of gameplay with each kind of the forms. So at the very start of the game, the very first form you'll unlock is you gain the ability to turn into a rat, and you actually use that ability to escape imprisonment. You get imprisoned at the start of the game, and then so once you escape from your prison, you notice that the rat has this long list of quests that the rat can do using the rat's abilities. And when you start working on those quests and completing those quests, your rat starts to rank up and gain new abilities, and you also unlock additional forms that you can switch to, which have their own list of quests. So slowly throughout the game as you're playing, you're unlocking new character classes, which we call forms, and exploring those different gameplay mechanics with the different forms, unlocking new abilities, unlocking more forms. You can see a little bit of the form tree in the video right now. You can see the player just turned into the rat. So in a quick nutshell, that's kind of what the game is about.
So the forums, it sounds like it's good for you showing exploratory stuff and being able to kind of puzzle solve a little bit. I assume there's a lot that goes on with how your gameplay is going to be with combat and such.
Yeah, absolutely. Like every form has their own play styles and their own moves. Like some are about like applying status effects to enemies and taking advantage of that. Some are like real heavy hitters, but they need like long windups and they need an element of like timing to them. Some can fly, some can swim. There's like lots of combat and traversal mechanics. As you get further into the game, you can mix and match the abilities between the forms. So, then you have like a rat that can shoot arrows like a ranger, or a horse that's, like biting things and poison like a rat, whatever. So the possibilities are nearly endless, you could say.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before, and I think that's the thing that intrigued me most. It sounds like there's sort of a kind of Lego plug and play, get to pick different forms and kind of play with them. Is there like how complicated can we get?
It gets pretty complicated. Like to start with, when you unlock a new form, the forms quests are all kind of like training you how to use that forms, because we want to ease the player into the new mechanics that are presented with each form. So it'll be like getting you to use your basic abilities. But then once you've kind of started to get the hang of a form, we start giving new quests that you can't do with the base abilities of the form. You actually have to mix and match, pull in abilities from other classes. So, like for example, if you're playing as the rat doesn't have any ranged abilities, but the rat might get a quest to, use ranged abilities to kill enemies. So then you have some flexibility on how you want to do that. That's a pretty easy quest to do because there's lots of options for something like that. But they do start to get more specific, and some of them are more difficult to figure out. Like, exactly how am I going to do this? And different customizations. It gives the player some room for creativity in trying to complete the quests that they're presented with.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that was probably the thing I was most excited for when sort of hearing about this. Was it looks very much like, well, it looks like my jam, I'm going to be honest, and it looks like it's a lot of chat's jam as well. So I think we're all pretty excited about that. But that sort of freedom to play within your rules as the developers, but also be able to kind of do things on our own and get pretty creative and play with like the tools that you brought up. I think that's pretty awesome. Not to mention, I mean, just simply like Geopart says, the art style of this game looks amazing, and I couldn't agree more. There's just so much stylistic virtue to it, and it seems like it's you're taking a lot of inspiration from your past works, like Guacamelee. Can we talk about like what are sort of the things that maybe you learned in the past that you brought to something like Nobody Saves the World?
Actually, I mean, talking with the artists through the development process, of course, like one of the goals is to try and break a bit free from what we had done previously. I guess in terms of, say, like Severed and Guacamelee have a very like angular vectorized art style, but this is more like hand drawn and like lots of lines and strokes and stuff. and we also wanted it to be kind of charming, but like off-putting. Like I know like maybe like Ren and Stimpy or like Garbage Pail Kids were referenced in the art team, where like it's like appealing but also uncomfortable. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's a
see...
little bit of grunge going on, and like you said, that hand-drawn art style is pretty unique. Because nobody does it the same, right? Not really, at least. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So I've seen some mentions, and something that I sort of came up just kind of watching it for the first time was a lot of thoughts of like it being a roguelite, but I wanted to drive home that it isn't a roguelite. It's very much an action RPG, but you guys have something very special, which is, I mean, do you guys want to talk about your dungeons a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the structure of the game, it's kind of like you're exploring a large overworld, not unlike one of the older 2D Zelda games, but scattered throughout this overworld, there's dungeons everywhere. We have about 25 dungeons right now in the game, and all of the dungeons are procedurally generated. So, and they all have completely different themes as well. So, like, we have some standard things like, a prison or a mine, but we have a lot of really odd non-standard things like you'll be exploring a UFO or a gingerbread house, or you'll be going inside of a dead dragon, like just trying to do some weird, bizarre things. And each of the dungeons, while they're procedurally generated, they all have like different rules in their generation. So each dungeon does like have a unique feeling when you go inside of it. But if you do die inside of a dungeon, because the dungeons are going to get increasingly difficult. If you do die, you're kicked back out front, and it gives you a chance to try and create a new build to go back in again and try and be more successful with another attempt. And another thing we do as the game progresses is we start to add more mechanics to the game. So you can't just like find a form or a combo of abilities that is like ultra powerful and just stick with that for the whole game, because the dungeons will present different challenges. So you'll have to kind of mix and match, not only because you want to try and push down the form tree by doing quests as different forms to unlock more classes, but because some of the dungeons you just won't be able to do with certain forms because those forms won't be well suited with their abilities to do that dungeon. So, yeah.
And I was gonna try to find the most broken thing I could possibly find, just play it the whole time. Now I can't.
We still do some from time to time. We do like give the player some places where they can just put together their best, most powerful form, just because we want you to be able to feel that experience. But there are some builds that feel pretty broken, so we can't just let you do that all the time. For sure. Yeah.
Dang it. I mean, speaking of very powerful things. You showed a couple. It looked like bosses straight up from the trailer, and that's like where my bread and butter comes from. Is what I'm always interested in. It's like, oh, the dungeoning is like super fun and super awesome. But where's the boss? And what sort of things can you tell us about maybe some of these high level enemies?
Okay, I share your love of bosses. They're in the game. They're not as much of a focus. They do exist. I think the like enemies and the hazards in the dungeons are almost more like the bosses, if that makes sense. Because
yep, yes it does.
Okay, because like Ryan was saying, some dungeons they all have their different themes, and some of them are pushing like really hard in certain directions. Like, I just came in this dungeon and there's like poison everywhere and there's projectiles flying at me everywhere. Like. And you're like, okay, well, what forms and what abilities can I use to like overcome this? And that's kind of the focus of the dungeon. So then like a final encounter within that dungeon could just like lean more heavily on that element.
Sure. No, that's cool. I mean, because there are a lot of games that sort of focus on, well, this is cool. You're building up. You're trying not to die essentially, but you just got to get to the boss. This sounds like it's very much going to be a challenge all the way through, and I mean, am I wrong in saying that you're going to basically, I mean, obviously you're going to be having fun the whole time, but are you going to be restarting pretty often if you're not necessarily like just a savant at what these kinds of games bring to you?
I don't think so. We're not trying to go for like ultra hard difficulty, and we don't want players to be like dying too frequently. And although there are some places that are pretty difficult, like there are There are a few key dungeons that you'll have to do throughout the course of the game that are more difficult, and those are the ones that I was mentioning where we kind of like allow the player more flexibility in what their build is going to be going into those dungeons, because we want them to feel like they're creating like really powerful builds. But no, in most of the dungeons you could probably clear them in like a small number of attempts. And like I said, there's a lot of dungeons though, and we really want the player to be like moving through the world and exploring this vast overworld, meeting its inhabitants, and also jumping into all the dungeons that they're finding, and not just be stuck on a dungeon and looping on a dungeon for too long. Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds like you don't want something to be too frustrating. It's pretty cool. I just like the visuals of looking at the tree and how it kind of flows together. It seems really easy to read, which is a relief for a lot of things that have been, just kind of everywhere. It seems like you really paid attention to how everything looks, which is cool. You mentioned also that there's a lot of high-level story. Is there something that we should look forward to sort of getting into as far as like getting fully immersed in? What sort of story are we going to be looking at?
There's a lot of variety, I would say. I guess that's like a blanket statement about the whole game, is us trying to be like charming and varied as much as possible. But like,
understood.
I would personally say to look forward to some of the characters you will meet. Like, my favorite is Marty Joe, the hammer curse, who is just like a person cursed to be a walking, talking hammer. He's got a really good storyline going on. But yeah, there's all kinds of like many strange people in many strange situations that you're going to meet. And actually, it kind of ties into the quests that like have been described a bit already, but the ones we talked about are kind of like combat quests. But the story allows for a whole lot of other quests. Like one of them is to get sat on, or one of them is to like fall in love, and like so you're just you'll always be finding these things as you're going through the world. It's an exciting part of the story to me.
That's awesome. No, that's cool. It sounds like there's a lot to look forward to. I mean, just characters in general are fun to sort of get attached to. I'm hoping you don't make us sad with any of these characters. I'm not going to ask you to react to that or anything, but I mean, there was a whole thing going on Twitter. It's like, don't cry, it's just a video game, but look at this game. And I feel like these types of games where you introduce really cool characters have a lot of opportunity to make that happen. So I'm both excited and hopefully I do not get too sad with these things, but it looks really, really awesome. Is there anything that we may have missed that you would like to show off today about Nobody Saves the World?
I think we covered most of it. Yeah.
Awesome. No, that's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Before we fully wrap up, where can we find Nobody Saves the World? Where can we see online, and what sort of things should we be following right now?
You can definitely follow us on Twitter, Drinkbox Studios. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, and we just today, even maybe just like right now, we're opening up a public Discord for the studio. So you can, if you want to know more about the game, see more cool stuff from the game, please follow us on Discord. I think it's like discord.gg/drinkbox. Yeah, those are the places to follow us.
Oh, fantastic! Awesome. Thank you all so much. Thanks to Graham and Ian for joining me. Thank you to everybody for watching this. Please keep this on your list, because I would love to see as many people play this as possible so that I have things to talk about with you all. We're going to throw it right back to Story Mode Bay and Trisha. Thank you both for joining me, and thank you all so much for watching. See you guys.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to Dano Taj and Drinkbox Studios for that interview. Oh my gosh, Nobody Saves the World. I really like the fact that there's so many generated dungeons, so the gameplay almost doesn't feel repetitive. Trisha, how do you feel about it?
I thought it looked awesome. I mean, I was watching chat the whole time during that interview, and I saw Simo Maso in chat says perfect mix of RPG and roguelike, which I thought, yes, that's a good way to describe it. Because I mean, there were a lot of people saying, "Oh, roguelike," and we heard Ian and Graham say, "Well, kind of, but also not really." But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to love here from from kind of the quirky characters and interesting side missions that they talked about. that I do think it's going to have a lot of replayability. I do think this is a world that I know for myself I'm probably going to spend a lot of time in. I think that Nobody Saves the World looks definitely interesting. Do you think it's something you'll probably stream?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to check it out. And I love what you said too about the replayability, because I feel like there's so many games where you play and it's almost like it's one and done. But no, I want to get my money's worth. I want to play this a couple of times over and feel so excited about each playthrough that I do. So yeah, I'm definitely checking this out. Chat at home, what are you guys thinking? Is there a game that you're super excited about that you've seen from the trailers already, or a game that you're looking forward to? I mean, looking at the chat, I have a good feeling about what they're looking forward to. I'm seeing a lot of hype for Stalker. I'm seeing a lot of hype for Among Us. I know what the chat is feeling like.
Oh yeah, but I mean, we've got so much to get into today, so let's go ahead and keep this party rolling. We've had so many great game announcements already today, but next up we have a number of titles never before revealed. Dun dun dun, that's right, new game trailers. Let's take a look at those now.
This is our world, or canon. It is a world gifted with magnificent and generous nature, albeit sometimes
Aê, agora eu posso falar pouquinho, galera.
the Marios. Our canon is home to the Pesca,
Mais side-scroller aí, é isso?
the Arctons, and the Oasis.
Essa parte chata, verdade, Gleison. Essa parte da falação é chata mesmo.
Oh, we must not forget the Migmies. The Migmies bring our people together and carry around crates.
Ixi, mas é só isso aí? A mulher só vai ficar andando?
For our society. This ingredient is called a harmelin. The harmony between our people depends on it.
Tem muita enrolação, concordo com o Rubens Miranda, concordo.
Let me tell you about us. We are the demigods. Our mission
Muita enrolação, cara. Acho que podia mostrar mais jogo, né? Podia mostrar detalhes do jogo em gameplay, né? O cara jogando, né? O cara jogando um trecho de uma demo do jogo e falando, né? Ó, aqui, ó, o jogo tem isso aqui, tem aquilo ali. Claro, não vai revelar tudo, mas vai revelar um pouco da mecânica. Os produtores do jogo jogando um trecho do jogo, entendeu? Eu acho que faltou isso, ó. Tá tudo no Game Pass aí mesmo, hein? Ó, muita coisa no Game Pass. Não é tudo, mas muita coisa, hein? É, esse aí eu não... Esse aí eu não curti muito não, viu? Esse daí não me atraiu muito não. Pelo que a gente viu aí, não me atraiu não. Salve Nobru! De boa! Belas atrizes. Apresentadoras, né? É, os caras capricharam aí. Só AAA hoje, hein? Só GOT. Só falta os jogos terem a mesma pegada. Ó, malucão voando de asa delta. Aí sim, hein? Ó, vai ter construção no jogo. O que é? Sobrevivência? É mais um que parece que se inspira no... Ó, batalha. No Zelda em algumas coisas, né? Essas asa delta aí flutuando pra chegar até alguns lugares. Lembra bastante o Zelda. É tipo Dragon Scroll, qual? Então, eu acho que devia ter isso daí, mano. Eu acho que devia ter o pessoal jogando essas partes, que nem a mulherada lá falando da cozinha. Ah, ó, tem as conquistas, eu vou mostrar as conquistas aqui e tal. O simulador de cozinha é assim, é assado, entendeu? Eu acho que seria mais interessante se fizessem assim, mano. Entendeu? Do que ficar 20 minutos ali falando sem gameplay de fundo, sem nada. Salve Eduardo Vicari! Last Oasis, é isso? Ah, o Cauã lembrou do planador do Aang, do Avatar. Ocean Drive. Opa, aí, ó, esse Esse aí já tem umas paradas medieval. Ah, mas é de... Ah, eu não gosto, mano. Não, assim não. Assim não, assim o pai não gosta. Mas a galera curte, o importante é isso, né? Eu não gosto de jogo assim, eu não gosto de jogo baseado em turno. Nem o do Gears eu joguei. Tem um do Gears que é assim, né? Que é mais tático, né? Aí não, aí o pai fica off. Aí nós fica triste, pai. Ó, a Erenilde falou aqui uma coisa que é importante. Jogo bom mesmo é aquele que tem 3 elementos especiais: tiro, porrada e bomba. Fechou. Esse é meu jogo também. É assim que eu gosto. Tiro, porrada e bomba. Eu gosto de jogo de ação, mano. O Roberto também não gosta desse estilo de jogo aí, ó, que tá rolando de fundo aí, ó. Eu não gosto não, mano. Assim eu não curto não. Eu respeito quem gosta, sei que a galera curte. É tipo jogo de cartinha quase, né, mano? Mas eu não gosto nem nem daqueles tipo Final Fantasy, eu não curto, mano. Mas é só gosto mesmo, né? Mas vocês sabem que assim, tem gente que gosta, viu, galera? E é importante que se tenha essa variedade de jogos. Lost Idol. Opa, ó o Forza Indy aí, ó. Nem sei se é carro aquilo ali. Forza Indy foi boa. Ah, é um carro. Ah, não, é aqueles farm, né? Farm Simulator da vida, né? Simulador de alguma coisa, né? Cadê o Minecraft 2? É, boa pergunta. Ah, é kart? Não, o que é isso? Lawn Mowing Simulator. Não. Simulador daqueles bagulho de aparar gramado? Simulador de Paranauê de aparar gramado? Eita, nós. Ah, esses assim eu acho daorinha, ó. Esses assim eu acho daorinha. Eita, nós! Como é que o cara vai sair dessa confusão? Ah, o cara foi ligeiro. Assim eu gosto, galera. Assim eu curto, ó. Ah, deu um olé na galera, ó. Cortador de grama ali, não é? Cortador de grama, pô, aquilo ali. Simulador de cortador de grama, velho. Aí sim, hein? Já tivemos simulador de cozinha, simulador de pescaria, agora simulador de cortador de grama. Ô, pessoal, chega de simulador por hoje, né? Podia ser pior, galera. Podia ser simulador de depiladores. Depilação. Pelo menos tá cortando grama. O Nika Zica falou, simulador de cortador de grama passaram dos limites. Esse aí não vai pro Game Pass pelo jeito, né, ó. Esse é legalzinho. Esse é Loot Rainer, o nome. Esse é legalzinho, esse eu gostei. Chegou a hora do AAA aí, galera, ó.
There was a lot to love there. Last Oasis looked great. Lost Eidolon is maybe how you pronounce it.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, Loot River looked awesome, and I saw chat also very excited for some of those things. Lawn Mowing Simulator made me giggle. If you want a really, really intense, very accurate lawn mowing simulator, then that could be you. But Last Oasis is out right now on Xbox One.
Yeah, that is incredible. And again, like you said, there's so many fans at home watching. You guys go play, go download. It looks incredible. Now, I do have a couple of questions about Lawn Mowing Simulator because is there a story mode? Are you just kind of mowing the lawn casually? I'm interested. I have a couple of questions about it. But that last trailer for Loot River, oh yeah, I'm excited for it. It's almost like you're moving in a puzzle type of motion. It's like an adventurous Tetris, if you will. Oh, I want to play it.
Oh yeah, and the second that I see Super Hot Presents before any trailer, I'm like, yes, please, let's get that. It looks like it'll be challenging, mixing the puzzle play with the combat, and the art style looks cool. The second I saw the Plague Doctor helmet and like wiping the blood off the front of it. I was
Yes.
like, oh, this is gonna be rad. I'm into it. And Lost Eidolons was like everything I love about the medieval character creator with what looked to be turn-based tactical combat. I don't know if we can specifically tell that from the trailer, but that's at least what it seemed to me, which when you combine those two things, that is something I am definitely up for as well. It looked really cool.
Absolutely. Now, which one was the one with the guy and he was flying in the air? Was that Lost, or am I thinking about a different one? I'm trying to remember all these titles. They were so good, but that one looked exciting too.
Maybe Last Oasis. Last Oasis was the one with like the cool airships that everybody's pedaling, and it kind of takes place in
maybe.
a desert-esque atmosphere. So it might be that you were thinking of. But yeah, really, really fun trailers. I'm glad to see everyone in chat getting hyped for some games. Next up on the showcase today, our next guest is one of the creative minds and developers behind this small little indie title that some of you might know, called Among Us. And on March 31st, a new map, the airship, speaking of airships, is dropping into the game. So let's go ahead and take a look at the trailer for the new map now.
Que isso? Que isso? Ó, revelação aí, galera. Aí o que muita gente tava esperando, ó. Among Us. Ai, que delícia. Eu comprei esse jogo pra minha filha no PC. Eu comprei esse jogo pra minha filha, ela joga, mano. Eu não acho tudo isso não, mas a galera gosta, virou febre, né?
Quit grouping up. Choose a room to start in after a meeting. Someone keeps trying to sabotage us.
Olha.
Stop their plan.
Agora a galera deve estar chorando aí, deve estar emocionando. Agora a live vai a níveis nunca antes vistos, hein? Agora a live vai a níveis aqui, deixa eu até ver, ó. 154 pessoas assistindo. Aí sim, hein? Fomos surpreendidos novamente. Se tiver meia horinha de trailer aí de Among Us, o canal agradece. Ah, mas já acabou, pô?
Hello, Victoria. How are you today?
Tá de sacanagem with me.
I am great. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here. The chat is so hype. Like, they are moving so incredibly fast. I think everyone is
We're very
beyond
honored.
Yes, I think everyone is beyond excited, not only for Among Us, but this new map coming out. What can you tell us about the airship?
Yeah, so the airship is actually dropping in like 5 days. Oh my goodness, 5 days.
So soon.
So it's very soon. Yeah, it's going to be our biggest map ever. It's going to come with an account system. We have some free hats coming with it, as well as some cosmetics that you can buy. There will be all new tasks. There's going to be ladders and moving platforms. It's going to be hopefully a lot of fun for everyone to play with, and we are really excited for it to finally be out.
Can you tell us, for those of us that really like to play imposter, or get chosen as imposter, can you tell us what the venting system is like? Is this going to have a fully connected vent system for that pro level play?
Oh, you know it. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see how everyone gets around to murdering each other.
Oh, I cannot wait to, in the best ways, murder my friend. But with that being said, I thought it was really interesting from the trailer that after meetings, you're able to select what room you spawn back in.
Yeah, so,
cool.
you know, it's going to be a lot of fun. It'll like definitely change up the strategy. And if you spawn in the same room as the imposter and it's just you two, good luck.
I mean, whoops. Do you have any pro strats for people encountering a map that has dual level play?
Yeah, just run as fast as you can. just trust no one, run as fast as you can. You know, all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, it's going to be a lot, and we hope like in the future to make bigger lobbies so you can have more players, but that's going to be coming in the future, so.
That's exciting. Now, I did recently learn that the airship is going to be the biggest map available. Does this mean that there will be new tasks available as well, or new death animations maybe?
Yeah, so there's going to be all new tasks available, and there will be one near-death animation if you buy the additional cosmetic pack that comes with it. As you can see, it's based on Henry Stickmin, which is another game that we made in the past, so there it is. It's Right-Hand Man's kill animation, so we're hoping people have a lot of fun with it.
Oh man, are you allowed to tease what the new hats are?
You saw lots of it in the trailer, but we will have some new free hats, such as a unicorn hat, like a little heart, some angry eyebrows, zipper, a chocolate ice cream hat that is definitely not poop. It's definitely chocolate ice cream and nothing else.
Definitely not poop.
Definitely doesn't look like anything else.
Thank you for specifying. But with that being said, do you have any personal favorites about this new map?
Honestly, okay, so I don't know why I'm so excited about ladders, but I am. It's just like something, it's just so simple, and there's really nothing that special about it, but I just love the like simplicity of ladders just everywhere.
I think that's cool. I'm
Simplicity
excited
or
too.
complexity for the players. So I wonder, you said this is going to switch up people's strategies. How much are you watching gameplay? Are you watching streamers to say, all right, here's the main strategies that people are running with right now that would consider themselves, pro level at Among Us, because there are people out there who are very good at this game. How much of their gameplay do you watch when thinking like, oh man, we need to switch it up?
Oh, it really depends, right? So we do try to keep up, and well, there's a lot. Thankfully, we're very grateful to have a lot of people who play Among Us, so that's really cool. But we do, try to keep up and see who's playing and kind of their strategies and see the kinds of cool things they come up with. But within ourselves, actually, like with our game design and with our own like QA and our own play testing, it's really a mix of like our own sensibilities and just years of making games, and also just seeing how the community runs with it.
Yeah, I feel like things like, visual tasks being able to be on and off, having the taskbar fill immediately, stuff like that it's kind of like through playing it, you're like, oh, this could be tweaked, and not just necessarily like tweaked to make the game better, just to give people options of what you want the difficulty to be. And I'm sure Brianna and Victoria, you can both relate to this, but it's like, if I'm playing Among Us with my family members that don't game very often, my settings are going to be very different than if I'm playing with a bunch of streamer friends that are, 24/7 Among Us players.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I think the cool thing, right, is just to see all the different kinds of people that come together to play Among Us, right? It's not, we've had classrooms of people playing, we've had families playing. It's been really nice to see.
Oh, that's so cool. I am kind of curious because I have being an imposter on my mind. Are you able to maybe kill someone on a ladder or one of those moving platforms, or is that off limits?
Unfortunately, it's off limits, but the fact that you thought of that, I'm like, all right, someone's ready. Someone is just ready to kill on these things.
I can see it now. Stack kill on a ladder. Story mode bay.
I know. Oh my goodness. just plopping on the floor. Just push it off the moving platform.
Right.
If it happens, we know who is sus. So I have to ask you, Victoria, how much do you play Among Us on, like, I would say a weekly basis? Are you like, hey man, this is my work, I kind of need a timeout in my personal life, or are you just 24/7 in the game?
Yeah, because it's my work, I try to separate it. Like, I'll play it for charity and stuff. But the thing is like, I'm not actually a great imposter. Like, Forrest, who's our programmer, accurately called me out for being an imposter because no one was dying. Like, I was too anxious to kill everyone. So I don't really play it in my off time, but for work, obviously I will.
Fair enough. And speaking of work, I just have to say, I feel like the team has been incredibly busy within the last year. How is the development team doing? How are you all doing, kind of transitioning into this high demand for the game?
Yeah, we are. One, we're grateful and excited, and we wouldn't trade it for the world or anything. But wow, we are tired and anxious. It's been really like wild to see the reactions to it and just like playing catch up with everything. But with the launch of the new map and with the account system, we're like we've kind of caught up, so we're hoping that we can get more regular updates out and, you know, talk more. But it has been a really, really wild 2020 and 2021 at this rate.
Yeah,
Extremely.
I bet. I see Reash45 in chat says, thank you to the devs for this game. And I'm trying to keep up with you here, chat, but it's going so fast because there is so much hype. To see you, Victoria, and to have you answer questions here live on the stream is just super cool. And to get a preview of this new map, and I'm sorry, I just laughed at that murder ball animation that just happened right there. But yeah, the airship looks super cool. As you mentioned, it's coming in 5 days now. If people
March 31st.
If people want to pre-order or get their hands on any of this content, or at least ensure that they will be getting their hands on this content on the 31st, where can people do that?
Well, the great thing is, if you've already bought Among Us, whether that's on PC or mobile, it will automatically update. It's a free update. It will be there for you on March 31st. And then in 2021, it will be coming to Xbox consoles. I don't have a specific date for you yet, but that's the news.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm very excited about it coming to console for sure.
Mm-hmm. And with the console, can you say whether there's cross-platform play as well?
Yes, there will be cross-platform play because, you know, you want to play with all your friends.
Yes. Oh, we love that. We absolutely love that. Victoria, I don't know where time went. Things flew by so fast. We could literally talk to you all day long. But if anyone has any questions or wants to know where to find you, do you have maybe a social platform that you prefer people to reach out on?
Totally, yes. So you can find us on Twitter most of the time. So that's twitter.com/AmongUsGame. You can also find us on Discord at InnerSlothDevs.
Awesome. Well, Victoria, thank you so much for stopping by the ID at Xbox Showcase today. Thank you for coming by Twitch Gaming, and hopefully we'll see you here soon.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me, and thank you, chat.
Yay.
Oh
man,
my
that
gosh.
was so fun. I can't wait to jump into that new map, and I can't wait to see what the new tasks are and, you know, how to adjust your strategy accordingly. I saw the people in chat saying Trisha is sus. Everybody always thinks I'm the imposter, even when I'm not, and I don't know why. Apparently, I'm super sus all the time. But you know what? I'll take it, and then we'll adjust my strategy accordingly. And what kind of imposter are you, Story Mobe?
You know, I like to say I'm strategic, but sometimes when that imposter title flashes across the screen, it's like I kind of black out a little bit. Maybe I get a little hungry and crazy with power. And I'm just like, yes, the first person I see, oh yeah, that's who I'm going for. And all my little plan just goes out the window. I panic sometimes. It's fine.
I try my best to have a nice clean kill when you can like get somebody alone and then vent out of there real quick, but it doesn't always work that way. You know, sometimes you have a kill and then 3 other players walk in
gets
and
messy.
watch it happen. It's the luck of the draw sometimes, but the more clean kills, the better. All right, folks, we have so much more show left today in the ID at Xbox Showcase. Death's Door devs are up next, and then more exclusive gameplay trailers, huzzah! And again, just a lot more content to show you, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
E aí, a grande revelação, né? Fomos pro intervalo aí mais uma vez, né? A grande revelação da live, a grande momento do Xbox aí, desse evento, é que nós teremos novo mapa, pelo que eu entendi aí, novo mapa no Among Us. Olha, rapaz, o universo nunca mais será o mesmo, acho que nem mesmo em toda a realidade universal dos mundos do Flash, se imaginaria que nós teríamos um acontecimento tão histórico como no dia de hoje nesse evento. Meu Deus do céu. Cara, os caras conseguiram enrolar, sei lá, 15 minutos pra falar de Among Us, manos. com todo respeito, né? Eu, porra, respeito o jogo, comprei pra minha filha. Mas, cara, 15 minutos da nossa vida que nunca mais será devolvido. E aí a gente viu também o clássico, o grandioso, um dos indies mais tops do universo, Cortador de Grama Simulator, né? Esse evento tem que melhorar bastante pra ficar ruim, viu, galera? Sinceramente. Mesmo pra um evento de jogo indie, que foi apresentado algumas coisas que eu achei legal, eu acho que o ritmo do evento tá muito sonolento, entenderam? Eu tô achando muito sonolento, muito chato, pra falar a verdade. O Sala correu do evento, Demion? O Sala saiu, é sério? Não, eu quero ver essa. Eu não tô acreditando, deixa eu ver aqui se o Sala saiu mesmo. Mentira. Mentira. O Sala fugiu do evento mesmo, rapaz. Olha só, é verdade. Caraca, nem o Sala aguentou, mano. E olha que o Sala tá acostumado a lidar com as piores exceções de linguiças já feitas no universo, hein? Mas, cara, é complicado mesmo, né? O evento tá muito longo, tá muito cansativo. Eu acho que o que os caras podiam ter feito até agora era ter colocado as gameplays de fundo e colocando alguém pra ir jogando enquanto conversa, entendeu? Que pelo menos você ia conhecendo ali. Ah, fala um pouquinho do gamerscore do jogo. O cara ia falar, ia mostrar. Ah, agora fala um pouquinho aí da mecânica do jogo. O cara ia lá e ia falando das mecânicas, entendeu? Eu acho que faltou isso aí, caras. Na minha opinião, eu acho que faltou essa dinâmica, entendeu? Porque não tem muito o que se falar, mano. O Jadson não aguentou e saiu às 14 horas. Como é que é? Saiu de 14 minutos? Sério? Não aguentou 14 minutos o Jadson. O Jadson estava cobrindo o evento também? Deixa eu ver. Vocês estão zoando. Voltou aí.
Showcase right here on Twitch Gaming. Coming up, we have very special interviews with the developers from Death's Door, interviewed by Stallion83 and Technique. Is going to be able to chat with the developers behind 12 minutes. Ooh, this is a good show.
But first, streamer Stallion83, like you said, will chat with the devs behind the new game Death's Door. So in Death's Door, you'll be playing as the Crow, where reaping souls of the dead is all part of an honest day's work. But the job gets lively when your assigned soul is stolen and you must track down a desperate thief to a realm untouched by death, where creatures grow far past their ex-purity and overflow with greed and power. Let's take a look at this trailer now.
Mais um jogo aí, galera. Esse tipo de game parece ser interessante. Vamos ver se tem gameplay, né? Esse tipo de arte eu acho muito bonita, né? Nos jogos. Vamos ver do que é. O pinguim tá com a espada ali no lombo. Aqui é jogo de batalha. Epa, terror? Ué, não é um pinguim? É o quê? Não é pinguim? O Sala pistolou, o Baitred. Ah, é um pombo? Namoro de pombo 2? Mas não parece um pombo, não. Que bicho é esse, velho? Não é pombo, mas também não parece pinguim, não. Agora que eu vi, realmente. Ah, jogo assim é da hora, galera. Jogo assim é da hora. Acho que os destaques da transmissão de hoje foi isso aí, né? Jogos nessa pegada, né? Pombo no ar. Pombo no ar, bem dito. Death's Door. Death's Door. Parece ser bacana, hein? Opa, valeu, Cactus. Tamo junto, mano. Não tá mais aguentando, não? Tamo junto, mano.
I'm Stallion83. With me today, Mark and Dave, and they are here to talk about Death's Door. Thank you guys for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us, yeah.
No problem. So, I want to know about the crow. Like, that is... he's awesome. He's a badass crow. I want to know the inspiration behind the crow.
Well, we thought that crows were kind of relevant to the theme of death. They encapsulate the themes of the entire game, really. They're this kind of a dark, kind of mysterious bird, but they're also pretty cute and kind of funny. So we decided to make the character a crow, and as soon as we did that, the game started coming together.
Really, really cool. So what can you tell us about the story in Death's Door?
So it's set in a world where... Oh, got a bit of lag, sorry. It's set in a world where nothing dies naturally anymore. So this group of crows who work in this office that we saw in the trailer, they are in charge of reaping the souls of the dead and maintaining some kind of order in this world. You obviously are one of the crows, and you get sent to a place where nothing has died for many centuries. So as you can imagine, things basically escalate from there.
Very cool, very cool. So is this a roguelike? To me, it looks like a roguelike, or is it an RPG? What type of game are we looking at here?
It's not a roguelike, so it is just one storyline that's single player, so you can play it from start to finish, and it's like an entire experience. It has some light RPG elements in it, so with the combat system you can upgrade your things like strength and speed and basic stats like that, and you can also find new weapons along the way. And out in the world, you'll have loads of different secrets to discover as well. So if someone wants to 100% the game, there's a lot of juicy secrets in the world for them to try and find.
Speaking of 100%, what are the achievements looking like in this game? I have to ask you that question. It's mandatory.
Nice. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Because we had so much fun making this game with so many secrets and so much little touches and different things you could do. We had a lot of fun coming up with the achievements as well. Probably, I think one of the most fun ones, at the very start of the game, you can actually pick up an abandoned umbrella in this office where all the crows work, and you'll get an achievement for using that for every battle in the game. It's basically a very weak weapon that is half as powerful as any other weapon in the game, so it's a hard mode for people who want to do that kind of thing.
So that might be the most challenging achievement, that one right there.
May well be, yeah. I haven't even attempted it myself, so I can't even comment on that.
Oh, wow. So with a game called Death's Door, are players going to die a lot in this game?
There'll certainly be a few deaths to have to go through, yeah.
So
it's
is it hard as nails, basically?
I wouldn't say it's hard as nails. If anyone's played our previous game, Titan Souls, that would be described as probably hard as nails, but this is a bit more forgiving, a bit more accessible, but we still think it will present a good challenge for anyone who was a fan of the old game.
Yeah, I think this one is certainly a very intense action game, and it's definitely going to challenge you. But one thing that we wanted to do this time around was create something where if you are hitting a wall with a really ridiculously hard boss, you don't just have to keep trying over and over again. You will have options you can do, different things you can do to prepare. So you might want to go and get more souls, which lets you upgrade your stats a bit, enhance your play style, or you might want to go and search the world for various secrets. So there's alternate weapons that you might feel more comfortable with, and you can also find upgrades for all the abilities that you have access to. So yeah, we want people to be able to take different approaches and overcome challenges in their own way.
Okay, so what can you tell us about the combat system, and how many different weapons can we use in this game?
I probably won't say the exact number of weapons, but there's a few to change up your play style if people want to play with a more fast-paced, or maybe they want to use a big heavy weapon. And the combat was kind of inspired by games like Hyper Light Drifter, maybe a little bit of Hotline Miami. It's kind of fast-paced, and you have to play quite reactively to your surroundings. Things can change a lot. You just have to be on your toes all the time.
And we were also really careful to make sure that all of the moveset that you have is very fast, very fluid, very responsive. So every action you perform, it'll be executed within very few frames of you pressing the button. So you have that kind of nice, rapid fluidity that gives you what you need to overcome any kind of challenge.
Yeah, it looks incredible.
Yeah, you want to take the same kind of reactive.
Incredible. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, you
Mark.
want to
Mark,
take
go
the
ahead.
same kind of reactive like interaction with like Titan Souls, like pixel art kind of games, and then bring it to the 3D world as well.
Okay, so what about replayability? How much replayability will this game have?
I think like the first thing I would recommend doing when they're starting and when they finish the game, then the first thing I would suggest is to continue that save, because we actually let you carry on afterwards, and there's loads of secrets to uncover in the world, loads of different things to do. Like we were saying before, it's a really fun one to 100%. And then beyond that, then because we've got this kind of light RPG system, you can go for a different build if you wanted to replay it. And it does change quite a lot, so you can focus on something that's far more speed and magic based, or something that's more down to brute strength and range and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think that would be the best way to enjoy its replayability.
So how many bosses are we looking at? We're looking at, like, what is this right here on screen right now? Is that a castle boss? It looks really awesome.
Yeah, that's technically a mini boss, actually. I mean, mini is probably not the right word for it, but yeah. So there's a handful of good boss characters in the game. As you progress through, you kind of the core bosses have their own storylines that develop, and you kind of interact with them a few times while you're on your journey. So by the time you get to them, you maybe know a bit of their backstory, and you're going through their area of the world, which is kind of they've left their mark on the world.
Yeah, we really want to show how these bosses have adapted to the strange situation that's going on in this world, and how they've become these like overly powerful beings, and like Mark was saying, how they've affected the world around them. So there's a lot of each chapter of the game has a bit of build up, learning about this boss, potentially even meeting them, and then when you do get to the bosses, it's like a culmination of that chapter, and our opportunity to up everything to 11 basically.
Cool. So, when can players get their hands on this game? When is this coming out?
We're actually pretty far along with it. We're almost content complete. We're just polishing and we're fixing bugs. So we're hoping to launch this summer.
Awesome, man. That sounds great. What about like DLC? You guys got anything planned for DLC down the line?
We're focused on making sure we're focusing on making sure that the core experience is a full, satisfying thing where, you know, if you want to explore when you're playing the game, you know that that world is entirely realized. There's nothing we're waiting to add later. So we're focusing on the core single-player narrative experience for now, and then, yeah, maybe we'll consider other things after.
So if fans want to follow, you know, more information about this game, where can they find the updates for this?
They should follow us on Twitter @AcidNerve, and we'll be sure to keep everyone updated.
So you're just two guys, right? Two guys make this game. Is that correct?
Yeah, we handle quite a lot between us, but we also have an art team. So we have this awesome team of a couple of concept artists and a 3D modeler who work with us as well. So it's them who've created all of the assets that we need to bring our ideas to life. But yeah, we wear quite a lot of hats between the two of us as well. It's quite a good collaborative project where everyone has a lot of creative input.
Okay, that's awesome. So the noir world, when the trailer starts out, are we gonna be in the game in that, or was that just for the trailer? Is that like the hub or something?
Yeah, that acts as a hub world. So as you progress through the game, which is one like consistent open world to explore, you'll find these like keyholes which you can unlock, and they kind of introduce shortcuts back into this hub world. So the actual main world is like this color, overgrown, like interesting place. Then there's the office where the Reapers work, which is kind of a noir, it's kind of depressing, bureaucratic environment.
Yeah, in the trailer I saw like tombs floating. What's in the tombs?
They were probably the doors. So
the doors? Was it a bunch of doors?
The place that the crows work, yeah, it's called the Hall of Doors. So basically, the way that the crows do their job of reaping souls, they have these doors which can lead them to any place. So that's how it functions as a hub. You can use the doors to travel via shortcuts to back anywhere else in the world where you were before.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it, and we're kicking it back. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks
I
very much for
appreciate
having
it.
us.
Thanks.
Oh, Death's Door. Oh, these look good. Now, I do want to say first, you know, shout out to all of the developers, but especially these smaller studios. My goodness. I mean, they were even saying between the two of them how many different hats and how many different roles and responsibilities they have to create these amazing games. So shout out to all of you because, oh my gosh, I can only imagine how hard of a job that is.
So much. Yeah, just a team of two. Way to go, Mark and David. Love to see it. And chat was really loving this one. I was trying to pull comments out as we go. I saw Monkey Dwalis is for real, instant buy. I am Orvana's, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, said, devs made a really great game, love the dark mood, GG, and tons of love in chat for the black and white atmosphere when we saw kind of the black and white atmospheric scenes, and I definitely want to know more about this world that they're fleshing out. I think it really, really looks cool. I even saw some people in chat saying, potential future game of the year. So, definitely loving that. Again, way to go, team of two, Mark and David.
Yes, for sure. Up next, everyone. Oh, I'm excited about this. Have you ever wondered what it would be like battling dinosaurs with guns? Or are you hoping to learn what kind of weapons you'll get to use in Stalker 2? Our next batch of trailers will provide many exciting updates to games we're all
Stalker 2
dying
aí.
to play. I see you guys in the chat moving. Let's take a look at some more new gameplay trailers. Here we go.
Maluco, agora é a hora da braba, hein? Agora vai, hein? Agora sim. Vem em mim, vem em mim. Caraca, tá coloridão o jogo, né? Tá coloridão o jogo, tá parecendo Rage 2, galera. Que isso, mano? Tem dinossauro no Paranauê. Caraca. É Second Extinction. Nossa, esse é bacana. No Xbox Game Pass e Game Preview, dia 28 de abril. Esse interessou, hein? O que vocês acharam? Esse interessou. Ah, o Ark. Tipo um Ark esse aí, parece, hein? Acho que eles deixaram os melhores pro final. Esse aí é batalha de turno também? Se for, não curto, não.
We thought we could keep everything safe. Protect everything that mattered.
Nada como matar com armas coloridas. É, lembrou bastante Rage, né? Lembrou bastante Rage. Rage 2, né, no caso. Ó, como o Moscon lembrou aí, ó, Roberto Moscon, ó, como Rage 2 e Far Cry New Dawn, exatamente. Não é Stalker não, Pátria Xbox, não é Stalker não. É o Second Extinction. É, esse aí que tá agora rolando a gameplay, eu sinceramente não me interesso não, obrigado. Esse eu passo. We Are The Carry Take, aí eu não... Valeu. %10 do game revertido para salvar os rinos, é isso? Os rinocerontes? Bacana se foi isso aí mesmo, se o meu inglês estiver afiado. Opa!
A metal attacker embarks on a brand new adventure.
Opa, aí sim, hein, ó. Ué, um carro? Você é um carro ali? Ah, que legal. Bacaninha jogos assim. Ah, ele transforma. É o que? Um Transformers o bagulho? Ó, que muito louco. É Power Rangers agora, velho? Ó a musiquinha bacana também, a trilha sonora, hein? Blast Masters, Blaster Master. 03. Caraca, eu não conhecia. Já existia antes? Xbox, Xbox Series X e S. Caraca, tá saindo, vai sair jogo indie pra caraca, hein?
Hi, my name is Zach and I'm in charge of PR at GC Game World. We made the original Stalker trilogy and now we are developing Stalker 2. The 23rd of March marked the anniversary of the first game in the series, Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. Celebrating the date, last year we released the first in-engine screenshot of Stalker 2, followed by the first trailer and the gameplay teaser. That was our way to celebrate 25 years of making games here at GC Game World. This year we have an anniversary gift for our fans as well. It's an update on Stalker 2. It's not as big as a new trailer just yet, but we hope you will enjoy it. Let's start with something familiar, yet completely renewed. And here is the first look at the updated costumes. The zone is a dangerous place, so it's filled with different factions. Freedom and the Duty are two iconic opposing forces. The first ones see the zone as a free, ever-growing state, while the second ones would eagerly sacrifice their lives to prevent its spreading. These ideologies will never meet the agreement. As you may have guessed, you will see them in the sequel. The recognizable design for each faction has been enriched with details. If you look closely, you can see scuffs, scratches, and sticking out threads. Please keep in mind the models are still work in progress. The time has passed and the new forces emerged in the zone. You can expect to see more factions in Stalker 2. Let's move on. The reception of Stalker 2 has been extremely positive so far, and we are truly grateful for that. Thank you for your passion and your interest. Stalker 2 is a shooter game, and you can't imagine it without the guns, right? Here are a couple of guns you will see in the game. The arsenal will include more than 30 different weapons. Of course, there will be lots of modifications for each gun.
Agora mais 30 minutos mostrando aí o cabo das snipers do jogo. Quando os caras vão mostrar Stalker, os caras ao invés de mostrar uma gameplay, mostrar um teaser maneirão, os caras mostram a arma, velho, detalhada. Oh, nossa, que legal, vai ter detalhe nas armas de um jogo de tiro que já não é novidade, né? Já existiu o primeiro. Oh my god! Quanta transformação, isso nunca foi visto antes. Ai, 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 ai. Porra, até na hora de revelar a grande surpresa do evento, os caras conseguem dar uma brochada na gente, mano. Puxa vida, mano. Olha lá, a gente vai ficar meia hora vendo os caras mostrar o pente da arma, velho. Ó, nossa, que mira, hein? Rapaz. Com essa mira você vai virar o verdadeiro matador. É o Stalker 2 on SPFC. É o Stalker 2, cara. Pô.
Finally, let's finish with something completely unexpected. We work a lot to fill the world with a decent amount of memorable details, and sometimes it takes us to completely unexpected grounds. Can you see this guy?
Ah, agora vamos mostrar os detalhes faciais. Olha, o pior é que o detalhe facial é impressionante mesmo. Olha, mano, os dentes, ó, certinho, os defeitos. Olha, você pode editar, ó. Simulador de dentaduras, hein? Pra quem tá se formando em odontologia aí, ó. Você já pode ser um bom sniper e um bom dentista, hein? Mas sem zoeira, a expressão facial, os bagulho, parece que vai ser legal no jogo, hein? Parece que vai ser da hora. Ó o detalhe da barba.
We would be pleased to share more about Stalker 2, including gameplay demonstration later.
Tem que se inscrever em algum lugar para ganhar o update. Que update seria esse? Do primeiro Stalker? Não, né? Estou falando do 2, né?
My gosh, I mean, there was so much hype.
Quer dizer, você vai ser um bom caçador e um bom dentista, hein, galera? Com esse jogo aí, hein? Eu só queria ver o cara atirando no inimigo, mano. Simulador de dentista.
Hyper-realism. So thank you, Zach, for that update on Stalker 2. I saw a lot of support in chat for the dev team. A lot of love, like you said, Brianna, for this game. The updated costumes look super realistic and fantastic. We got an in-depth look at some of those weapons. And that tooth customization. Oh. Super realistic and definitely unexpected for me. I saw 667 Dielos in chat says these graphics are so dope. WTF sexy headphones, which I love. Your name, your Twitch name says absolutely cannot wait to play this game. Yet I hope that the devs take all the time they need to make it right. So absolutely. I saw a couple people in chat saying like, take your time, let's make this the best game ever. And yeah, it was cool that Zach was able to stop by and show us that update of what they have so far for Stalker 2.
Absolutely. And I love what you said too. I feel like it is so important to give developers the time that they need to push these games out and allow them to do them properly. I know there's so much hype behind so many different games, but developers are people too. They need some time. They need to take the rest that they need. Give them some time. And don't worry, you guys will be happy. Just a little bit of patience.
I'm always a fan. I will be patient and I will wait for the game to be awesome. So again, thank you, Zach, for that update. Up next, streamer Technique will sit down with director Luis Antonio about his new game, 12 Minutes, an interactive thriller about a man trapped in a time loop. Let's take a look at that trailer now.
All right, close your eyes. I want you to think of a flower. Look at its contours, its curves. Now I want you to imagine it changing, moving backward, return.
Ah, mais uma gameplay, é isso? O que? Hitman? Que é isso aí? Não tô entendendo. Hitman Indie? Eita nós! Cenas de homicídio, encochamento ao vivo, isso não é hora nem lugar. Simulador de encochamento. Que jogo é esse? Não entendi.
Hello everyone, welcome back, and imagine being stuck in a thriller-themed 12-minute time loop over and over again to figure out what's going on in your life. Well, today I have the pleasure to bring in Luis, the director of 12 Minutes, joining me here as Technique, as you guys know. Luis, I am this game, when I first saw it at E3, I was just like, what is this and what's happening? Because it reminded me of an old movie called Butterfly Effect a long time ago. I remember seeing it when I was younger, and it blew my mind. Can you introduce yourself and tell the chat a little bit about yourself and about this game, 12 Minutes?
Hey, Technique. Yeah, definitely. So 12 Minutes is it's an interactive thriller about a man trapped in a time loop. The whole game happens inside an apartment. you come home from work, you're having an evening with your wife, then this guy shows up. He accuses your wife of murder, and then he attacks you, you pass out, and then you go back to the start of the evening. And then you have to use the knowledge that you accumulate every loop to try to change the outcome and hopefully break the loop. It all happens inside the apartment. It's all in real time, and the game doesn't really tell you what to do, right? So it's kind of up to you to decide what to do based on what you experience.
I love that. It seems there's so many setups for failures and maybe one success. But before we get into all the complications of the game, we have to know, and I'm pretty sure you got hit with this question, when is the game going to be ready? Because we are ready to get our hands on this and experience 12 minutes and find out how to overcome this loop.
So the game, we're at the final stage, like final stages. We're doing QA, polishing, a lot of playtesting, making sure that the game is really smooth, finalizing the music. It's going to come out soon, very, very soon. Definitely this year. The exact date we don't know yet, but once we do, we're gonna announce it, and it's happening. It's definitely happening.
We believe you. I can see the progress over the years for sure. But we can't talk about the game without going into a little bit more detail about this is a cinematic thriller, so to speak, and it's very interactive. So the most important key components of this is your cast and the voiceovers and the narrator. Could you go in a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah, so the whole experience, because the game never really tells you what you should be doing, it's a bit about how you interpret what's happening. And so it's a very personal, intimate environment where it's you with these two other characters. And yeah, so the voice acting is there to really help. Like you gotta connect with these characters and care about what's happening in order to be able to follow the story and see where it leads.
That's a very, very important factor, is connecting with the characters and finding some kind of relatability to feel the emotion that your main character feels, or main characters, I should say. And talking about relatability, everything happens into an apartment. So the control aspect of this game has to be very important. So what kind of controls can we look forward to, the accessibility of controls in the system?
So for 12 minutes, I wanted to... it's kind of a point-and-click game, but a bit cleaner than the old ones where you never quite know what's going to happen. You have objects in the apartment, like on the trailer you can see he picked up a knife, there could be a mug, there's the plates. So anything you can pick up, you can combine with other characters or with yourself. And then there's things you can like open the door, close the door. And it might seem that it's not that many interactions, but each one, the characters react to everything you do. So very quickly it branches out into many possibilities.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I saw a tiny bit of the gameplay through the trailer. It seemed like the stuff that you do pick up everything has a consequence, it seems. And it's kind of like a risk-reward system. Like eating dinner. What if you pick up a knife and you try to go after the guy that comes in the apartment? You might have a consequence of that. That's really, really cool. I would love to dig more into the story, narrative, and the characters. Now, you have I'm guessing that's her husband that comes home to see his wife, and they're going to have a nice dinner, and somebody's going to come by at some point and accuse her of murder. Is there anything else you could tell us about that? Like, I mean, does the husband not know about the murder? Like, what's going on? Are both shocked? I wouldn't even imagine.
Yeah, I don't want to say much because it's right. Everything you learn will affect how you deal with the situation. So there's not much that can be shared. Yeah, that's a tricky question. There's really not much I can tell about the story.
Okay.
Like I want players really to go in and have a blank slate in how they're going to interpret the situation. But it's pretty.
So have an
intense.
open mind, pretty much, is how you need to play this game. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, like the situations that you're going to go through. None of them. There's no right or wrong, right? For example, let's say the cop comes in and he starts attacking you, right? You could try to fight or not fight, but each option that you choose will branch out in a different direction. So you're always learning, and you will use that knowledge, and the character also learns everything that you've done, and you're going to try to use that in order to try to change the outcome. So having a blank slate is pretty good for the player, I think.
Absolutely. A lot of the games like this do have a lot of mind tricks involved. But speaking of gameplay and keeping your mind open, how the length of the game, I'm pretty sure people are going to be like, okay, I understand this game is called 12 minutes. Is the game actually 12 minutes? Can you expand on the length of the game and give us a little insight on that?
Definitely. So the loop lasts 12 minutes. But for example, when the cop comes in, it's about 3 minutes into the loop. So if this was Groundhog Day, the film is like Bill Murray was dying at breakfast. So once you actually manage to survive the cop, the loop still continues. From playtesting, I thought the game would last about 8 hours, but so far we're rounding up to 15 to 18 hours. So it goes pretty deep until you reach what I would call a satisfactory ending.
Man, 18, you're getting on that 20-hour mark, and I wouldn't even believe in my head that it was gonna be that long of his experience. That's really great. This is a single player experience, right? This is no multiplayer or nothing like that. It's completely single player.
Yeah, it's a single player.
Okay, so single player experience. What about replayability? Once, let's say you solve the loop, what is there to do afterwards? What do we have to look forward to?
So yeah, I think once you play through, you're gonna have your own experience. I think a lot of it will be talking with your friends and other players about the interpretations of what's happening and how they dealt with the situation and whatever branches they went through. But yeah, this is my goal with this was to make something that's very clean, no fat, and very really respecting the player's time. So yeah, you play once, you enjoy this, and then you're done. It's not like those games you keep playing over and over.
You know, I respect that so much. Just looking at it, it seems like you're just thrown automatically into the action of it. There is no like overall huge arcing story that you have to sit and wait a couple hours before you get to the gameplay. I really, really expect that. And I'm gonna say kudos to you because, correct me if I'm wrong, you were working on this alone at some point for a good part of it?
Yeah, I was developing this alone for like 2-3 years, and then I partnered with Annapurna Interactive, and that's when we kind of managed to bring the voice cast in and really take this to an all new level.
Wow, that's the lighting, the atmosphere. You really hit on that thriller. It seems like it starts off all peaceful and then things get chaotic and out of nowhere. All the rooms in the apartment. Well, first of all the rooms in the apartment itself, I'm thinking you start on an elevator or maybe you like come into a hallway. Are the rooms available to go into, or is it only your apartment? And if it's in your apartment, can you go into every room and interact with most things in your apartment?
Yeah, so the whole game, what you see the moment the game starts will be what you're gonna have when the game ends. Nothing else will change apart from your knowledge of everything that's happening in there. Yeah, you can go to all rooms, you can interact with everything, and yeah, if you've played before and you start again, you'll have a lot more knowledge on how to deal with the situation and handle things differently. And I would say also, like, the reason why it's so small and so tiny is actually to allow your actions to have very clear outcomes. You know, like, if you imagine the loop was 24 hours, you'd get lost about doing a bunch of things in sequence in order to know what was going to happen. But by compressing the experience to this level, right, if I lock the door, I know that maybe the cop won't be able to get in, or maybe he'll do something else. And in a minute, you're back at the start, and you can very quickly see the outcome of your actions, and makes it pretty intense too.
It seems like a lot of thought process has been put into the game, and I really like that feature as well, of not giving us too big of a loop so we can just really hone in, because a lot of games, especially RPGs, give you so much information in the beginning, reading all this stuff, and you tend to forget the core product of the game itself. So having us in that loop is a very, very good idea. Are there multiple endings? You know, I'm not asking for details. You know, I just want to know, you know, you could solve a loop one way, but is there multiple ways to solve it?
So when I started to work on this game, right, that question kept coming up. I kept asking myself, how do you end the story that keeps repeating itself? So the answer is there is what you can call a conclusion, but it doesn't match what you'd expect out of a linear experience, right? When you see a movie, you get to the end, you get the credits, but this is interactive and you can participate. So what we call an ending is slightly different from what usually movies do. So you will reach a satisfactory conclusion, I think. What that is and how that is, it's kind of different from people usually expect in games.
That's amazing. Lewis, I have to ask, this concept is something that we don't see often in video games. Were there any inspiration that led to creating this game? You said about 2 to 3 years ago you started it. Did you have any kind of inspiration behind it that that could lead into maybe even more titles like this?
So early on, there were some pillars that I wanted to work on. Like, so I've been working in games for many years. I've been at Rockstar, Ubisoft, worked on The Witness with Jonathan Blow, and always as an artist. I was always on the artist side of things. And this idea of repeating the same amount of time over and over, which games do naturally, you know, what if that repetition was actually something you were aware of, right? Rather than Tomb Raider, you die, you reset, and you're doing the same thing, but no one acknowledges what's happening. So along with this, I wanted also to kind of take things from the movie industry, like from the cinematic side of things, you know, like for example, like Hitchcock, Rear Window, the way you spend the whole movie sitting in the balcony and interpreting what's happening. Or like in Memento, where Nolan changed the order of the scene so that the player feels what the character is going through, right? And as I started to learn to program and make the game, I realized that we do have these tools as a game designers, and we can bring them in, you know, how you interact with the environment, how much information we give you, how the world reacts to you. So it was slowly, each element I would bring in, I would see, is this element in the same language that and in the same theme and message I'm trying to convey? If yes, it goes in. If not, I would take it out. And slowly these things start to grow into 12 minutes.
Wow, so that's really cool. We really don't, in chat, I just want you to understand, we really don't get to hear this side of development, right? We get to see the game and we're like, oh, this is cool, this looks beautiful, and this, that, and the other. But it seems like, Lewis, you have almost like a movie direction or cinematic background, and be able to lay out a game, and you were just doing art side of stuff. I'm pretty sure you took a lot of those tools that you got from all those other developers and brought it into making your own. Do you see yourself making more titles with more cinematic approach? Because I think this is a wonderful avenue that a lot of games typically just throw for cutscenes and not really give us the player experience in.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it I think it's cinematic, but I would call it, I think it's like the history of games has this background of, you know, you have levels, you have objectives, you have coins and goals. I'm like, what if we bring some aspects of it but not others? And I think for this specific experience, I think being cinematic and bring a lot of cues, you know, from films about the way the actors move, the way they talk to each other, the tempo, and everything makes sense. And I would like to keep doing that for sure. But if the next titles would be similar, I don't know. But I think this idea of really paying attention to the elements we bring in, like, for example, the top-down, the main reason for being top-down is so that you can easily navigate in the environment, right? If you bring first-person, suddenly 80% of the people cannot play the game because they don't know how to control the character. But I realized, look, if you just click where you go, and then when you go into an object like the fridge, it goes into first-person and out, you keep having all the verbs you would have in other video games, but the simplicity is there. So someone who doesn't play video games can just jump in, as long as you know how to click where you want to go to, it just works. And there's no compromise in the design complexity.
I could pick your brain all day. You just seem to have an answer for everything. I love it. Wow, that is just amazing. So the funny thing is, I love how you chose, I was thinking about the accessibility and what you were saying, because I was like, yeah, us video gamers are going to be, a lot of people are going to just be like, why point and click, where we can experience this a little bit more in depth. But I also love the fact that you went point and click for the simple fact of you get to see the environment that you're in, and it kind of builds a kind of tenseness to it as well. Like when you hit your first loop or your second loop, you know this guy is coming. What do you do? Where do you go? You know, and being in first person, you kind of panic and you lose a lot of the atmosphere effect. Being able to go into rooms, lock doors, and pick apart certain mental puzzles, I should say, to fix it. Now, I really want to know about, before we let you go today, I really want to know about the characters, because they're the most important key components of this game right now, especially the main character that you play. Does his attitude change through the loops, or do you kind of have like a more of a monotone feel Does he start to realize that he's in a loop and he's like, oh my God, and he gets frantic? Or the choices that you make conversation-wise get a little bit more tense or soothing?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So early on, I kept asking myself, how am I going to convey the progress of the character if everything is resetting, right? I cannot change his clothes, I cannot change... nothing can change, everything goes back to the start, but his knowledge stays. So the idea is that every time that you loop, hopefully he will do this journey with you. We try to read the frustrations you're going through, and he will react to those frustrations, and everything that you make him do, he's going to be aware. So for example, when you go talk with the wife, everything you know is what you will, every loop you do, everything you do, he will know it and be able to talk and execute on in the next loop. Or if you make him do things that he doesn't feel very comfortable, the more he makes them, the more comfortable he will be making them. So he evolves next to you, and you'll see that evolution. The way he talks with the wife, like the first time maybe he's very excited to see her. By loop 50, he's like, hey, how are you? What's your day? No. So you see that evolution.
You put that realism in it.
Yeah. And something else we realize is by being top down, you don't see the faces. And by not seeing the faces, first we don't go into this technical challenge of rendering faces, but suddenly the body movement and the voice acting, they elevate the experience, because you're kind of projecting what they're saying to each other, because you don't see exactly what the faces are doing, and it really helps keep this intensity.
I love it. The animation is going to be a key part. If everyone in chat wants more 12 minutes, I could talk to him all day, but unfortunately I'm going to take up the whole show, and we're not supposed to do that. So anyway, Lewis, thank you so very much for being here. But before you go, my friend, please tell them where they can find you, the game, and every information possible to be able to experience 12 minutes.
So yes, you can go to 12minutesgame.com. That's the website. There's a development blog that I've been writing for like 5 years now. You can, if you feel like you can see the whole progress of the game. That's what I'm going to announce when we are at a release date, and I'm always posting stuff. You can follow the game on Twitter at 12minutesgame, or follow me at Faca Elétrica also on Twitter. But just type 12minutesgame on Google and you get all these links.
Boom, 12 minutes. Thank you so very much, Lewis, for joining us. And chat, I would love to stay with you, but I gotta go and send it back to Story Mode Bay and Trisha. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take my money.
Thank you, Technique and Lewis. I don't know about you, Brianna, but
não, mano. Elas aplaudiram isso, velho. Elas aplaudiram. Oh my God! Meu Deus, o cara falou meia hora de um jogo totalmente insignificante, caras. Oh my God! Meu Deus, por que não aplaudiu de pé logo, velho? Por que não aplaudiu de pé? Ô, Microsoft, pelo amor de Deus, Microsoft. Porra. Até o evento do passado anunciando o bagulho da Bethesda lá, que foi só um bate-papo, foi muito melhor, velho. Mas foi muito melhor. Pelo amor de Deus. Os caras sentaram, falaram as coisas importantes e acabou, e tchau. Pelo amor de Deus, mano. Nem evento indie os caras sabem fazer, velho. Elas bateram palma porque acabou, né? Aê, ufa, acabou. Tá difícil, hein, manos?
It looks so good and the concept is so fascinating. Amias94 said, concept sounds amazing. Well done, guys. And Stud93 said, the art design is so beautiful and clean. Yes. So a lot to love with 12 minutes. But we have so many other things still to cover. Next up, we have another exciting game from Annapurna Interactive to announce. Last Stop. But rather than show you a quick trailer, the team at Annapurna Interactive were nice enough to send along an exclusive gameplay demo. So after that, we will then meet the creators of the game, Astra Ascending. So right now, let's take a look.
Hello and welcome to Last Stop, a new game from Variable State and Annapurna Interactive. Last Stop is a story-driven adventure game where you navigate through 3 entangled stories that intertwine into one wild cycle.
Aí sim, né? Pelo menos um trailer agora. A gente vai começar a bater palma pra trailer, mano. Qualquer trailer que entrar aí salva o evento, mano. Ah, o cara tocando violãozinho. É o Life is Strange hétero agora, hein? Ou não, né? Ou não. Manos do céu, gente. Cara, se teve nesse evento 5 jogos que valeu a pena a gente ficar até agora aqui, foi muito, manos. Olha lá, pelo jeito não é não, não é. Eu pensei que era o... O Life is Strange de hétero, mas não. Pior que eu tava enganado. Ai, meu Deus do céu, até nisso o evento conseguiu ser ruim, cara. Depois dessa, os eventos da Sony é maravilha, cara. Nunca mais eu vou debochar de um evento da Sony, mano. É melhor tacar um monte de trailer e sair fora do que fazer isso aqui, galera. É melhor, mano. Jailson Mendes Simulator. Foi a melhor definição aí, ó, do Hero Lois Phoenix. Jailson Mendes Simulator. E ainda tem botão, ó. Tem que meter o dedo no botão ainda, hein? Meu Deus do céu, mano. Sério, galera. Eu sou muito fã do Xbox, agora acabei de crer, mano. Acho que nem o maior fã do Xbox ficou nesse evento. Acho que os caras que fizeram a entrevista já vazaram tudo. Pelo amor de Deus, né, mano? Teve jogo da hora, viu? Teve jogo da hora. Não pode ser injusto, não. Teve jogo da hora. O tapinha no popô, ó. Tapinha no popô. Simulador de tapinha no popô agora foi fogo, hein? Stealth melhor do que... O stealth desse jogo é ridículo. Ai, caramba, mano. Pô, mano, eu tava quase dormindo aqui, viu, gente? Já pensou se eu durmo na live, mano? Ia ficar feio, hein? Será que vai ter mais umas 2 horinhas falando desse jogo agora? Como tá o evento, tá maravilhoso, Rondi. Rondi, tá maravilhoso. Volta aí. Volta aí. Depois assiste tudo. Você vai querer assistir tudo, velho. Tá lindo. Esse aí é o Life is Strange hétero, tá? A nova modalidade de games indies aí chegando. O Laio voltou. A melhor coisa que você fez foi ter saído, Laio. Ai, e aí, Sérgio GT Jaspion 4K, salve, mano. Boa tarde. Mano, o Fishing foi uma das melhores coisas da live, cara. Sério, aquele Fishing que nós tava zoando, tava da hora ainda, mano. Teve um jogo aqui que, meu Deus do céu, mano, pra que falar tanto do jogo, velho? O jogo chama 12 minutos, os caras ficaram 12 horas falando do jogo. Fall Guys? Não, Arlan. Não teve não, Arlan. Teve sobre o impostor lá, o Among Us. Fall Guys, se tiver alguma surpresa, vai ser agora pro final. Esse evento fez o State of Play da Sony ser algo maravilhoso. Entendeu? Splinter Strange. O Rubens Miranda falou Splinter Strange. Life Strange com Splinter Cell. Meu, cara, é sério mesmo. Hoje tá difícil, viu? Hoje tá difícil, mano. Tá difícil. Se você separar o que teve de gameplay aqui hoje, dá 2 minutos de vídeo. Precisava de uma live tão longa dos caras. Podia perguntar pros devs algumas coisas importantes sobre o jogo ali rapidinho e... Opa, isso aí, a gente tem 1 minuto pra perguntar. É legal o jogo tem mecânica bacana? Tem. Ah, legal, as conquistas são fáceis? São. Beleza, mano, vai estar no Game Pass tal dia? Vai. Então, tchau. Um abraço, nos vemos no próximo na próxima live. Entendeu? Ou pelo menos colocar o cara jogando o jogo, mostrando um elemento ou outro. Aí ia ser bacana, né? Aliás, você acha que a E3 piora? Não, não, acho que não. Acho que não tem nada nesse ano que vai ser pior do que esse evento, eu sou otaku. Nada nesse ano vai ser pior do que esse evento. Não fala isso não, Júnior. Ô, Júnior Miguel, não fala isso não. Aí você mata o pai. Eu quero jogar videogame, gente. Eu não quero ficar aqui mais 2 horas sentado não, mano. Ó o Kojima aí, ó. O Kojima do Paraguai.
崎本と申します。作曲家とあとは、サウンドプロデューサーなどをやってることが多いです。あと
Games to Go de hoje era legal se saísse, hein?
代表作は多分一番
Ó, aí sim, hein? Ó, ó o que o cara trabalhou aí, ó. Final Fantasy. Aí tá, já tem meu respeito, hein? Watashiwa. Protocolo de Kyoto.
ミュージックディレクターだと思います。はい。もちろん作曲もしています。はい。
Bacana, hein? Kojima sem grana. O Arlan acha que não nessa geração será a pior da história em relação a grandes jogos. Será, Arlan? Cara, tomara que você esteja errado, viu, mano? A geração passada já não foi épica, né? Foi uma geração boa, mas acho que a anterior foi melhor, né? Ah, mais um RPGzinho de turno aí, ó. Pra galera que curte, ó. Eu não sou fã, não. Eu não gosto, não. Mas já joguei alguns e achei legal. A empolgação desse Kojima é incrível. Kojima de férias, é... Perdeu algo importante? Já passou o gameplay de República, já passou o Stalker 2. Mano, foi uma vergonha a apresentação do Stalker 2. Os caras só mostraram a arminha do jogo, a definição das armas, né, e tal. Mostraram o rosto do personagem, que dá pra você mexer no dente. Dá pra você mexer no dente do personagem. Isso aí até que foi legal, assim, a expressão facial do jogo tá bastante realista, mano. Foi um simulador de dentista / simulador de sniper, entendeu? Mostrando as arminhas, onde que é o pente, como é que funciona, o realismo das arminhas, arminha com durex ali e tal. E aí, João Victor, salve! O Nine Goten até dormiu no evento. Taca racha no muro. Nova geração é só de microtransações. Bom, tem um jogo aí que ele não é de nova geração que tá chegando agora, porque ele vai ser cross-gen, né? O Outriders tá chegando agora no Game Pass. Esse daí prometeu que não vai ser dessa pegada de microtransação, não. Que os caras vão trabalhar certinho, entendeu? Só se fala em load e resolução, não ligo pra isso. Porque não define porque pra mim o que define geração é jogo. Concordo com você. É importante sim, tá, pessoal, ter FPS aumentado, é legal. Mano, jogar em 60 FPS é legal. Jogar em 4K deve ser maneiro, não sei, mas, né, jogar com resolução legal é bom. Jogar com uma imagem bem definida é ótimo. Mas eu acho que tem que ter jogo também. Eu penso igual você. E é engraçado que é pros dois lados, né? É tanto pro Xbox quanto pro PlayStation. Você não tem nada, né, cara? A geração começou sem nenhum jogo que mostrasse a performance da geração, né? Um jogo que fosse... Você olhava assim e falava assim, nossa, isso aqui não rodaria no Xbox One. Teve um, né? Teve um. Ai, meu Deus. O The Medium, né? O The Medium, realmente, aquilo ali que ele faz ali não, é pesado demais para processar no Xbox One. Ainda assim, eu sacrificaria aquilo para deixar o The Medium chegar como cross-gen. Entendeu? Quando acabar os trailers, vai dar pra jogar sem Live Gold. Exatamente. Exatamente, Gemerson. Exatamente. O Murilo Rodrigues fez uma crítica sensata aqui, ó. Teve alguns jogos interessantes no evento, mas esse formato com entrevistas longas matou. Concordo. Vão fingir de novo que se impressionaram? Oh, man. Oh.
How awkward it was for that guy. What'd you think?
I mean, you know what? I really appreciated that for Last Stop. They gave us a demo. I feel like so often with gameplay trailers, you don't really know what's going on, or sometimes the trailer doesn't really reflect how the actual gameplay is. So big shout out to them. I am very excited for it, but I'm also very excited for this next section coming up. Now, we've learned so much today about unique indie titles that are coming to Xbox soon. But we know what you guys are wondering at home, myself included. What games are coming to Game Pass? Well, I think we have the answer for you. Let's take a look.
Opa, jogos no Game Pass aí, galera. Caras, eu vou reduzir aqui que eu não sei se essas músicas têm direitos autorais. Olha lá, os joguinhos chegando no Game Pass, hein? Aí sim, ó. Celeste. Ué, mas Celeste? Human Fall Flat. Esses jogos não é? Esses jogos já estão, não estão no Game Pass? Meu filho tá jogando o Human Fall Flat. O Deep Rock Galactic. Mais 20 novos jogos chegando, é isso? Ah, ali eram os que já tinham. Recompile. Vai chegar no Day One, ó. Lançamento. The Wild at Heart, esse joguinho me interessou, viu, pessoal? Astria Ascending, no Day One, no lançamento, ó. Omno, o que mais? She Dreams Elsewhere, ó, o inglês tá top, hein? Nobody Saves the World, parece ser legalzinho também. Monglow Bay, que é o joguinho de fishing. O Dead Static não sei o que, o Little Witch não sei das quantas, o The Ascent, ou jogo assim eu acho legal. O Art of Rally, o Craftopia, mano, esse Craftopia eu gostei, o One Dungeon, não dá tempo de eu ver os nomes dos bagulho aqui, ô Microsoft. Mostrar jogo vocês cortam, né, agora entrevista longa. Stalker 2, ó, no Day One. Edge of Eternity. Hello Neighbor 2. Ah, esses aí são os jogos que vão entrar no Day One, né? Todos esses. Boyfriend Dungeon? Que isso? Como assim? Narita Boy. Esse parece ser legalzinho também. Spiritfarer, Stellaris, The Falconeer, Empire of Sin, esses que estão agora disponíveis, ó, Overcooked 2, Go Fewer Friends, mas estão mostrando jogos que já estão no Game Pass, né? Escolha o seu próximo jogo favorito. Que delícia! Adoro esse slogan do Xbox. Jogue agora no Xbox Game Pass.
Great games coming to Game Pass. I mean, like, I've tried to keep track of them all, but they were flying at me so fast. Celeste, Wild at Heart, Nobody Saves the World, The Ascent, and for everyone who's been asking for it in chat, Library of, is it Ruina or Ruina? I know I'm going to say it wrong, but yes, coming to Game Pass, which is super exciting. Game Pass is so dope. Harrison Ave, I see you there in chat. But yeah, so we've seen a lot of great games today. We've seen a lot of teases, and of course, super hyped. Brianna and I are both super hyped about what is coming to Game Pass. But I just want to take a moment to thank everybody who's joined on the show today. We had Chris Charla from ID at Xbox earlier, Victoria Tran from Inner Sloth for Among Us, Gwen and Trina were here to talk about from Chikung Club to talk about Soup Pot. Lewis was here just recently to talk about 12 Minutes. Graham and Ian talking about Nobody Saves the World, which was awesome, from Drinkbox Studios. Zach and Lou were from Bunny Hug, and they were here talking about Moonglow Bay. Mark and David were here from Acid Nerve talking about Death's Door. And of course, a huge thank you to all of our streamer friends and guest hosts who were here today. Kate Stark, Stallion83, Danatage, Technique, and Blind Gamer Steve. You guys were all awesome, and Brianna and I literally couldn't have done the show and shown you all of these wonderful indie games without you. So, yeah, Brianna, how you feeling?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're at the end of our show. This was so amazing to be a part of and co-host with you. I do want to take a minute to shout out to production for holding it down behind the scenes. I know it is not easy putting these shows together and getting everyone in their right places where they need to be. So thank you. We do appreciate you. Now, if anyone's, looking for me on the internet, my name is Story Mode Bay. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, if you're into that sort of thing. Come by and say hi. I promise I don't bite at all. Now, Trisha, where can everyone find you?
If people want to find me on socials, on Twitter, Instagram, etc., it's that girl Trish with
Falaram
no
que
I
foi
in the girl,
maravilhoso
so just that
o
GRL
showcase.
Trish. Or right here on Twitch, you can find me at Trisha Hirschberger. Just my name. It's like right there. Yeah, right there. But this has been so much fun. If you are an indie games fan, I do an indie games showcase on my channel every Tuesday. But you can expect to see lots of AAAs and stuff on my channel as well. But we have a real good time. Stop on by and say hi to the Dragon Rider Army. And thank you to everybody who's been here in chat, who's been commenting. We see you. Thank you just for participating in the show. And also shout out to anyone co-streaming this event today.
Yes.
I know all the things here on Twitch Gaming are co-streamable. So to all my co-streamers out there, what's up and thank you. So again, just thanks to everyone who was part of the showcase today. I hope you found a new indie game to fall in love with. And we'll see you soon with more great content here on Twitch Gaming. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Pois é, galera, voltamos aí então, né? Deixa eu mutar isso aqui que eu não quero música na minha consciência. Deixa eu fechar aqui. Galera, o que foi isso? Que foi isso, manos? Onde eu dou dislike aqui mesmo? Não sei. Não sei onde dá dislike na Twitch. Não tem dislike na Twitch, tá, galera? Tô zoando. Bom, vamos falar um pouquinho então, né, sobre o evento. Esse aqui é meu canal na Twitch também, ó, aproveitando a deixa aí. Vou falar Twitch por 10 horas aí com vocês. E aí está o canal Aliados Gamers Oficial. Quem quiser fazer parte lá da nossa máfia de pessoas que gostam de conversar enquanto eu jogo, interajo e acompanhar meus rages, minhas alegrias, só vem que o pai tá sempre on lá, beleza? Agora vamos brincar agora de falar real, né? Vamos brincar de falar a verdade, né, mano? Tá difícil, hein? Tá difícil. Vamos começar falando do ponto positivo do evento, né, galera? Deixa eu ver se eu consigo pegar o trecho final. Esse trailer do showcase, será que tem no YouTube? Eu vou procurar aqui rapidão esse trailer do showcase, que agora eu vou dar minha opinião sobre. O trailer do showcase era o que precisava ter no evento somente. Deixa eu ver se tá aqui. Trailer. Não, deixa eu entrar no site, no canal do Xbox que deve ter. Xbox. O canal oficial do Xbox deve ter o trailer aí. Já devem ter colocado lá, né? Galera, esse evento. Não tem. Caramba, mano. Não tem. Cadê? Deixa eu ver aqui. Não tem. Ó, eles colocaram algumas coisas aqui no canal oficial do Xbox, que já dá pra gente ter uma base do que rolou no evento aqui. Pera aí. Deixa eu pegar aqui. Aí, vamos voltar aqui. Deixa eu abrir uma outra página aqui e dar um Ctrl+Vzão. Aí. Bom, nós já tivemos algumas coisas boas aqui, tá, no evento. trazer trailers e informações sobre indie. Não, o gameplay de República, ok. Eu entendo perfeitamente que qual foi o objetivo do evento, mas até pra isso o evento foi muito fraco, cara. Entendeu? O evento foi muito fraco. Podia ser muito mais dinâmico. Podia ser muito mais prático o negócio, entendeu? De chegar ali 2, 3 minutos falando sobre o jogo, apresentando os devs, né, os desenvolvedores. Podia ser muito melhor, cara. Podia ser muito melhor, tá? O Samuel Romão falou que amou o evento. Então acho que nós não estávamos no mesmo evento. Acho que você pegou aquele mundo do Spider-Man, né? Que são vários universos diferentes, é um multiverso. Você tava em outro multiverso. Eu preciso ir pra esse que você tava aí pra conseguir amar esse evento. Mas eu respeito sua opinião. Cada um. Eu vou falar da minha opinião, beleza? Então vamos lá, ó. A gente teve coisas positivas sim no evento, tá, pessoal? A gente teve, por exemplo, jogos como... Deixa eu procurar um bom aqui, foi difícil, viu? Teve muito jogo ali que realmente, pro meu gosto, aí nós estamos falando do meu gosto, né? É esse aqui? Deixa eu ver. É esse aqui. Esse aqui parece ser bacana. Acho que é esse aqui. Nós tivemos aqui falando sobre o Stalker, que eu achei que foi uma... Foi bem ruim, tá? Falando sobre Stalker, acho que foi bem ruim. Calma aí, deixa eu abrir aí que eu já explico pra vocês por que eu achei que foi ruim. Caraca, tá difícil abrir aqui, hein? Deixa eu pausar aqui. Cadê o modo teatro? Aqui. Deixa eu explicar pra vocês por que eu achei que foi ruim a forma com que eles apresentaram o Stalker. Nem vou abrir em tela cheia não, já vimos tela cheia demais. O Stalker é o seguinte, galera. O Stalker, eles podiam ter colocado um trailer do cara jogando, o cara explicando algumas coisas, entenderam? Podia ter feito uma série de coisas diferentes, um teaserzinho, só um teaserzinho já agradava, entendeu? Mostrando uma trocação de tiro, entendeu? Então eu acho assim, o Stalker 2... Eu achei legal quando ele mostrou ali a expressão facial do personagem com o dente, né, que você pode mexer nos dentes e tal. Achei aquilo bacana. Até mostrar o design da arma, ok. Mostre os designs da arma, isso é válido, afinal o jogo é um jogo de tiro. O problema foi o tempo que se levou. O cara gastou 6 minutos pra falar de arma e expressão facial. O cara podia ter mostrado ali rapidinho e ter tacado uma gameplay do jogo, mínima que fosse, entendeu? O Roberto Moscon falou que foi ruim no começo e no final parecia que tava no começo. Exatamente isso aí. Então assim, tivemos... É que eu queria ver aquele trailer do final, mano. Aquele trailer ilustra perfeitamente o que devia ter sido o evento, mano. Cadê o trailer? Não tem o trailer? Será que eu vou ter que voltar a live? Não tem o trailer ali? Deixa eu ver se eu volto lá pro canal deles lá. Dá pra voltar? Aqui eu não lembro se da Twitch dá pra voltar. Deixa eu ver. Vou ver se dá pra... Não dá, né? Dá pra assistir de novo, né? Dá pra assistir de novo. Dá pra assistir de novo. Aqui, ó. Transmissões recentes. Não, ontem. Cadê a de hoje, gente? Cadê a de hoje, meu Deus do céu? Programação... Caraca, não tem a transmissão de hoje, de agora? Aqui, 3 horas e 27 de eventos. 3 horas e 27 minutos de evento, galera. Aqui o final, ó, quando apareceu lá o Kojima do Paraguai, né? Aqui, ó, vamos aqui, ó, thanks for... Aqui é o momento... Cadê? Mais pra cá. Aqui, ó. As meninas são ótimas atrizes, tá? As meninas são ótimas atrizes, realmente interpretaram muito bem, que o evento foi show de bola. Isso a gente tem que bater palma, porque isso é profissionalismo, né? Isso é profissionalismo. Você tá ali representando a marca, você tem que fazer isso mesmo. Deixa eu colocar aqui colocar no mudo aqui. Calma aí que eu vou achar a parte aqui que eu quero mostrar pra vocês o que é de verdade esse evento, tá? O que é de verdade. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês aqui, ó. Cadê? Só tá difícil achar porque eu não sei o momento exato que o evento começa a ficar bom. Pera aí que tá difícil achar que o momento que o evento começa a ficar bom. A mulherada não para de falar, mano. É incrível. Para de falar, mulher. Deixa eu trabalhar aqui. Deixa o homem trabalhar. Deixa eu tirar essa legenda aqui também. Mano, as mulheres não param de falar, velho. Não é possível. Caraca. Aí, aqui. Então a galera que perdeu o evento, é só ver isso aqui, ó. É só ver isso aqui. Beleza? Perdeu o evento. Tudo que você precisa saber do evento vai se resumir no trailer que você vai ver agora. No teaser que você vai ver agora. Mas assim, Raunir, não tem problema do evento ser para jogo de celular. Jogo indie é isso. Jogo independente geralmente são mais simples mesmo, entendeu? Esse não é o problema. O problema é isso que você vai ver agora, ó. Aqui resume bem, ó. Nós tivemos o 12 Minutes, que foi Mano, deixa eu até pausar. Ó, o 12 Minutes aí, os 12 minutos. Vamos lá, vamos falar de jogo por jogo aqui. Calma aí. Falar de jogo por jogo. O 12 Minutes. Esse jogo, ele é um jogo aparentemente simples demais pelo tanto de atenção que foi dado pra ele no evento. O evento, o cara ficou uma meia hora só falando de um jogo chamado 12 Minutos, cara. O cara ficou, tipo, meia hora falando do jogo de forma totalmente desnecessária, entendeu? Já começa por aí. Esse jogo não é tudo isso e falou-se muito em cima de um jogo que não tem por que se destacar. É melhor você perder meia hora mostrando uma gameplay do Stalker 2 ou daquele outro que parece o Halo lá, o Exo, que os meninos falaram aí que eu esqueci o nome agora, Exo alguma coisa. Aquele jogo ali merecia destaque, porque olha o nível gráfico do jogo, é um jogo indie de presença, entendeu? E aí os caras perdem aí meia hora pra falar de um jogo totalmente dispensável, na minha opinião. Aí nós tivemos... Depois eu solto na íntegra aqui o trailer, tá, pessoal? Ó, aí nós tivemos o Death's Door. O Death's Door foi um jogo que eu considerei um dos melhores do evento. O Death's Door foi um dos melhores. Aquele joguinho do corvo que parecia pinguim e depois pareceu pombo. Aquele ali também foi um jogo que eu acho que foi bacana. Certo? Então o resumão do evento, ó, que nós tivemos aí já 2 jogos. Esse do Corvo, se eu não me engano, os caras perderam um tempo também falando dele. Então o problema do Xbox foi o formato. Não que não seja interessante saber sobre o jogo, saber como é que é o boss, né? Se eu não me engano foi até o Stallion que entrevistou o cara, né? Então assim, é interessante saber sobre o boss, é interessante saber sobre o level design do jogo, é interessante saber sobre tudo isso, mas de forma reduzida. Em 2, 3 minutos, ó, como que vocês fizeram o level design? Ah, foi criado assim, foi pensado assado. Ok, beleza. As conquistas vão ser fáceis, vão ser difíceis? Ah, as conquistas a gente tentou balancear assim, assim, assado. Beleza. E tal, 3, 4 minutinhos no máximo já falou, vamos pro próximo, entenderam? Eu acho que faltou isso, dinâmica. Ficou muita enrolação. Parecia que os caras tinham... Sabe qual foi a impressão que eu tive? Os caras tinham uma cronometragem ali a seguir. Então, por exemplo, ó, você tem meia hora, segura meia hora aí com o cara, faz tudo quanto é pergunta. Ó, o script tá aí. Segue o script, mas acrescenta, improvisa. Você tem meia hora pra fazer essas perguntas. Aí o cara ficava ali, entendeu? Conversando, interagindo. E aí fez a dinâmica cair, cara. Fez a dinâmica do evento cair. Isso deixou o evento péssimo. Foi o que cansou o evento, foi isso. Foi maçante, foi isso, entenderam? Mas o jogo em si, esse jogo Death's Door aí, parece ser um jogo muito bom, certo? Aí nós tivemos aqui o simulador de pesca aí, o Moonglow Bay. Esse jogo foi legal? Cara, parece ser um jogo interessante, sim, não vou mentir pra vocês. Eu acho esse tipo de jogo bacana. Ele me lembrou o... Como é que é o nome do jogo, meu Deus? Riverbond, que é um jogo nessa pegada. Só que esse aí parece ser mais um simuladorzinho, né, de vida ali e tal, com pesca. Aí perderam mais meia hora pra falar desse jogo, entendeu? Então, É a dinâmica que foi ruim. Não que o jogo seja ruim. Aparentemente o jogo parece ser legal, mas se ele tiver só pesca também, igual foi falado ali, só mostrou pesca, 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 eu sinceramente não tô interessado em jogar um simulador de pesca. Não sei, tem gente que gosta, eu respeito, entendeu? Vamos lá, vamos pro próximo jogo, que parece que foi legal ou foi ruim na minha visão. Vamos lá, o próximo jogo, depois desse Mongol Bay aí, veio o Rust, né? O Rust, nesse jogo o Rust parece ser muito interessante. Se eu não me engano é aquele colorido, né? Cadê? Meu, passaram muito rápido alguns jogos aqui. Ó, o simulador de cozinha ali. Ah, o ruim é isso, cara. Os caras cortaram muito rápido. O Rust, se eu não estou enganado, o Rust é aquele jogo... Deixa eu ver se é ele mesmo, se eu tô falando besteira. Acho que é o Rust. O Rust eu acho que é aquele jogo que parece o... Esse aqui, né, ó, Rust. Vamos dar uma olhada. Parece o... Lembra o Rage, né? Lembra o Rage. Deixa eu ver aqui, ó. Acho que foi um dos grandes destaques do... Não é ele? Deixa eu ver se é ele. Não, não é ele não. Que tem uns dinossauros, não é ele não, né? Peraí, deixa eu ver o comentário de vocês aqui. Não, não é ele. Esse aqui também foi legal. Esse aqui também foi legal. Não é o que eu falo do que eu tava falando, mas esse aqui também foi bacana. Que é um de sobrevivência legal, né? Esse é de sobrevivência. Eu lembrei dele aí. Esse pareceu ser bastante interessante também. Tá aí um jogo que eles podiam ter destacado um pouco mais, né? Sem aquela enrolação toda, né? Beleza? O Rust também foi bacana. Gostei do Rust. Qual foi o outro jogo aqui? O problema é que a mulherada fala demais ali, mano. Meu Deus do céu, mano. Deixa eu ver o que os caras estão falando, mano. O Narita Boy foi legal. O Narita Boy foi legal. As mulheres falam demais ali, mano. Deixa eu ver. Aí, ó. Aí, boa. Aí nós tivemos o Rust. Rust, que parece ser um jogo bacana. Qual que é o próximo? O Soap Pot, que é aquele de cozinha, que gastaram uma meia hora também pra falar desse jogo. Soap Pot, que não parece ser um jogo tão legal, um jogo super nichado também, não precisava dar tanto destaque pra ele. Nobody World, esse jogo parece ser bacana também. Então vocês veem que tem coisa legal, tem coisa legal. O Art of Rally, pra quem gosta de rally, parece ser um jogo interessante. O Astria Ascend parece ser um jogo interessante também, mas eu não gosto porque é RPG de turno, eu não curto. O Narita Boy parece ser um jogo legal. Então eu só tô mostrando pra vocês, ó, o Exomecha, esse jogo aqui, Exomecha, deveria ganhar destaque, tá? Aquele Exomecha deveria ganhar destaque, muito legal ele. O Demon's Turf, esse aqui, Demon Turf, parece ser interessante também, uma mescla de 2D com 3D, que eu achei interessante. O Void Train, que esse eu nem reparei na gameplay dele lá no evento. Ali nós tivemos o do vizinho lá, né, o Hello Neighbor 2, o Lost, como é que é? Esse aqui é aquele de turno, né? Aquele de turno que tem os quadradinhos. Eu lembrei desse aqui. É o de turno que tem os quadradinhos. Ah, não dá pra pôr igual no YouTube aqui. Né? Vamos lá, vamos pro próximo. Vamos pro próximo aí, ó. O Recompile, o Iron. Esse parece legal também, o beat'em upzinho. Ali já não gosto muito, Rift Breaker não. Echo Generation, RPGzinho de turno também parece, né? Ou pelo menos joguinho de turno. Edge of Eternity. Esse eu achei legal também. Esse eu achei legal. O Lute... Como é que é o nome dele? Lute... Oh meu Deus, eu não lembro o nome do jogo. É Lute alguma coisa. Lute River. Esse jogo também parece ser bacana. Tá aí. Certo? Então assim, o que eu vou fazer pra você que tá chegando agora na live, pra você ter um resumo legal do que foi a live. O que eu vou fazer? Do que foi essa transmissão aí do YouTube. Eu vou soltar exatamente o momento que começa o que teve de conteúdo na live. Pra vocês verem. Já eu vejo a opinião de vocês aí também. Ó, elas vão dar o goodbye ali agora. Ó, elas deram o goodbye ali agora. Ó. Cadê? No 20... Aqui. Beleza? Ó, aqui. Eu vou dar o play aqui. Vou soltar na íntegra com o áudio deles, originais lá. Vou até colocar aqui. Aí vocês vão ver o que foi esse evento de verdade que deveria ter sido ali, ó. O que deveria ter sido o evento todo, tá? O que deveria ter deveria ser o evento todo. Estão falando que já tá no canal do Xbox. Tá não, hein? Eu já olhei lá agora, não tava, só se colocaram agora. Mas vocês vão ver exatamente o que é o evento. O evento deveria ser isso aqui, ó. Olha quantos minutos o evento devia ter para apresentar todo esse conteúdo. Eu tô exagerando, claro, podia ter um pouquinho mais, mas assim, com tempo mais bem aproveitado, entendeu? Vamos lá, vou soltar para vocês verem aí.
In love with, and we'll see you soon with more great content here on Twitch Gaming. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Então tá aí, galera. Então tá aí, vocês viram aí o que era o evento de verdade, certo? Esse aí era o evento que era pra ter rolado. Uma outra coisa interessante aí, certo? Esses são os jogos que foram... Alguns dos jogos, os destaques dos jogos foram apresentados, porque teve jogo ali que eles não falaram, como por exemplo o QUE. O QUE, que é aquele jogo medieval, né? Aquele jogo online medieval também, que é legal pra caramba. E... caras, infelizmente o evento só deixou a desejar nesse sentido, tá? Teve alguns bons jogos, nem todos os jogos ali são do meu agrado, não quer dizer que sejam ruins, certo? Mas eu acho que faltou, né, os caras colocarem uma dinâmica. Um evento de 3h30 que dava pra fazer em no máximo 1 hora, estourando 1 hora, entendeu? No máximo. Eu achei que o evento ia ter 1 hora, senão não tinha feito essa transmissão hoje, sinceramente. Porque eu preferia ter perdido meu dia jogando do que vendo um monte de entrevistas que, cara, primeiro que não dá pra entender muito porque não tem idioma na nossa língua, né? Não tem nosso idioma. Segundo que eu não acho que seja tão interessante assim a gente ver devs comentando coisas totalmente aleatórias sobre os jogos deles ali que não interessa pro gamer, entendeu? Não interessa. Ali eles têm que entender que foi um evento pra todo mundo. Se é um evento mais pra todo mundo, não é um evento pra empresa. Se é um evento fechado pra empresa, ok, você dá destaque de desenvolvimento, dá destaque de alguma coisa, mas eu acho que como é um evento que era um evento para apresentar os jogos e os desenvolvedores para as pessoas, eu acho que tinha que ser mais dinâmico, mais bate e volta ali rapidinho, entendeu? Então eu acho que deixou a desejar, na minha opinião. Não sei o que vocês acham, vocês que acompanharam a live comigo aqui, vocês têm propriedade para falar, né? Afinal foram horas aí dedicadas ao evento. Não sei o que vocês acharam do evento, o que vocês acharam, quero ver a opinião de vocês aí, pessoal. Podia lançar jogos grátis offline. Gostou do Last... o Max falou que gostou do Last Oasis. Não, eu gostei dos jogos. Os jogos que apareceram, alguns eu gostei. Teve vários jogos legais, entendeu? Mas o Tidus Baxter falou que o ritmo do evento foi péssimo, porém o conteúdo foi ótimo. Sim, eu não diria ótimo, mas eu diria que foi bom. Foi bom. Teve muito jogo legal. Teve muito jogo bacana, entendeu? Mas eu acho que podia ser melhor o evento. Eu acho que até quando apresentaram o conteúdo de Stalker... podia ser melhor apresentado, entendeu? O Davi Roberto também acha que foi bom o evento, né? O Laio falou, eu gostei de alguns jogos, só foi excessivamente longo o vídeo. Concordo também. O Exomesha, o RK Games falou que só o Exomesha, pra ele, salvou ali o evento, né? O evento principal vai ser quando? Então, não sei, cara. Não sei quando que a Microsoft pretende fazer o evento. Eu andei meio desligado porque eu trabalhei essa semana, né, mano? Então, quando eu trabalho muito lá no meu trampo, eu acabo não tendo tempo de ver essas coisas, entendeu? Quero o Rust no Game Pass. O Rust parece ser bastante interessante também. Então, basicamente é isso, pessoal. Esse foi o evento, né? Eu não gostei tanto do evento, tá? Eu achei que foi um evento medíocre, muito aquém do que eu esperava. Mesmo para um evento de jogo indie, não ligo por ser jogo indie. Tá? Eu gostei, por exemplo, de um que eu não sei se apareceu ali, que foi o jogo do pessoal que fez Guacamelee. Eu gostei daquele jogo. Que ele lembra o Children of Light, lá, o Children of Light. Aliás, Children of Morta, né? Shadow of Morta. Ele lembra, né? Não que ele seja igual, ele lembra. E eu gostei também daquele jogo. Então a gente teve alguns jogos bons. O problema é que eu gostei dos jogos apresentados, eu não gostei do evento, entendeu? É isso que eu quero dizer pra vocês. Eu não gostei do evento, eu gostei dos jogos do evento. O evento foi um dos piores da história. Muita encheção de linguiça, muita encheção de saco. Agora, os jogos apresentados, se nós for colocar na balança, foram bons, entendeu? Foram bons. Não vou dizer que é ótimo, não. Beleza? É isso aí, galera. É isso que eu tinha pra falar pra vocês. Eu gosto, o Tido Baxter falou, é que eu sou apaixonado por jogo indie. Eu também gosto de jogo indie. O meu amigo Roberto Moscon, que tá aí com vocês, né, aí no chat, também gosta muito de jogo indie. Então, pra gente que gosta de jogo indie, a gente não tem como falar que foi ruim os jogos apresentados, entendeu? Mas eu acho que teve muito jogo ali que ganhou destaque demais nas entrevistas, mano. Isso deixou o jogo cansativo, entendeu? O Sérgio GT falou, jogos indies, porém ruins. Eu não diria, viu, Sérgio, que foram todos ruins, não. Eu acho que a gente tem que ponderar ali, entendeu? Tem jogo ali que realmente não é nem que é ruim, né? Que não me agrada, né? Aquele simulador de cortador de grama, por exemplo, não é um jogo que me interessa. Eu não gosto de simulador, então é óbvio que eu vou falar que o jogo é ruim pra mim, porque eu não gosto dele, mas eu não falo isso porque eu acho que a qualidade de um jogo, acho que todo um trabalho, a gente não deve ser tão categórico assim, de dizer é bom ou ruim, né? Acho que ruim é quando o jogo falta qualidade, quando o jogo vem bugado, vem todo cagado, vem todo cheio de problema, né? Quando o jogo não te diverte, quando o jogo não te entretém, quando o jogo é chato, é monótono, é parado, a história não faz sentido, aí você pode falar que é ruim, entendeu? Olhando a grosso modo, fica difícil eu julgar jogo por jogo e falar assim, ah, esse é bom, esse é ruim. Tem aqueles que eu mais tenho afinidade, que eu mais gosto, e tem aqueles que eu gosto menos, entendeu? E ainda assim, quando eu jogar esses jogos, pode ser que eu ainda me decepcione com os que eu acho que eu gosto, entendeu? Porque um teaser, um trailer, diz pouco sobre o jogo. Você vai ver se ele realmente é bom quando você jogar, entendeu? É o que a gente tem que... Ó, o Sérgio falou uma coisa que é verdade. Bom é o Blasphemous, exatamente. O Blasphemous tem uma qualidade do caramba, entendeu? E é um jogo indie. Mas tem gente que não gosta de Blasphemous. É justo o cara que não gosta do gênero do jogo, não gosta do jogo, falar que o jogo é um lixo, uma porcaria? Eu não acho que seja justo, entendeu? Eu acho que tem que respeitar o jogo. Agora, ó, o Cross Dust falou ali, ó, Cyberpunk que o diga, né? Acho que ele deve estar se referindo quando eu falei do jogo vir todo problemático. Por incrível que pareça, o Cyberpunk é um jogo incrível, um jogo muito bom. Mas o fato dele vir todo quebrado, com certeza contribui e compromete a qualidade dele. Com certeza, tecnicamente ele é um jogo totalmente comprometido quanto a isso, entendeu? O Paulo Eduardo, salve Paulo Eduardo, falou que ó, o evento foi bom, teve muito jogo bom. O problema foram as longas entrevistas, ficou cansativo. Song of Iron, vou jogar além dos outros RPGs, The Ascent e outros. Então, tá vendo? Eu penso igual o Paulo, eu tô mais nesse lance do equilíbrio. O evento foi uma merda, uma porcaria por causa de terem deixado longo demais, de terem falado demais. Por outro lado, apresentou alguns bons jogos. E eu concordo com ele sobre o Song of Iron, parece ser um jogo legal. Pode ser que nós joguemos esse jogo, Paulo, lá na frente, e a gente tire a conclusão de que, eu estava enganado, o jogo é uma merda, eu não gostei. Lá no trailer parecia mais legal. Por isso que é bom a gente primeiro jogar, antes de querer avaliar e falar se é bom ou se é ruim, entendeu? Senão a gente cai naquilo que a gente cobra o tempo todo dos outros, e os outros fazem, a gente fala que é errado e a gente tá fazendo também, entendeu? A gente bate o olho e fala que o jogo é um lixo. Que nem muita gente olha o jogo da Live Gold... o jogo é um lixo. Mas peraí, você experimentou? Ó, eu tô fazendo isso aqui no canal, ó. Deixa eu mostrar pra vocês rapidão. Aqui no canal, eu tenho feito, vocês sabem, né? Eu faço a história dos Games with Gold. Eu conto toda a história, toda a trajetória, desde o primeiro jogo dos Games with Gold até o último que saiu, né? Até o período que eu gravei o vídeo. E eu costumo também fazer os vídeos falando sobre os Games with Gold que estão saindo, né? Então... Por exemplo, saiu aí nesse mês aí cadê os 4 jogos aqui? Deixa eu ver se eu acho. É tanto vídeo, mano, que eu fico perdido nos meus próprios vídeos. Aqui, ó. Games with Gold de março, né? Aí nós falamos sobre os Games with Gold, o que eu achava avaliando os jogos que eu conhecia e os que eu tinha visto o trailer. Então eu falo, olha, aparentemente parece que esse mês foi bacana, porque teve o Metal Slug, né? Teve o Breakout lá, o Warface Breakout, que eu acho que parece ser um jogo legal. Então pra mim esse mês até que foi bacaninha por causa desses 2 jogos. Só que eu vou além. Agora aqui no canal eu tô começando a fazer o quê? A testar os jogos e trazer a minha experiência pra vocês. Então eu peguei aqui, ó, está grátis, mas é bom? Está grátis o Metal Slug, certo? Ele ficou grátis lá naquela época. Ficou grátis, mas ele é bom? Vale a pena? Aí eu vou e testo e mostro pra galera, entendeu? Eu faço como se fosse uma mini análise ali, parcial, né? Uma análise de impressões, porque às vezes eu não vou ter tempo de zerar aquele jogo, né? Eu tô só experimentando e falando, dando a minha opinião, se até ali a minha experiência com o jogo tá sendo legal, mas eu jogo por horas, eu jogo ali 2, 3 horas, entendeu? Então, pra ter alguma propriedade de falar, não, até aqui onde eu tô jogando tá bacana, galera, eu recomendo, baixem sim que tá legal. Tá aqui, ó, o Warface, pra vocês verem, o Warface Breakout, ele é de um gênero que eu não gosto. Eu não gosto de aqueles jogos da Valve lá, antigo lá, o... Ah, esqueci o nome agora, de tiro lá. Eu não gostava, nunca gostei daquele jogo, Counter-Strike, nunca gostei. Esse jogo tem uma pegada de Counter-Strike, eu gostei, entenderam? Eu gostei. Não é um jogo que eu vou ficar jogando freneticamente, porque não é o meu estilo de jogo, certo? Mas que eu achei bacana e recomendo, achei, pra quem gosta do gênero, eu recomendo, entenderam? Então eu acho que você ganha propriedade quando você experimenta, e não quando você experimenta já bolando uma estratégia pra ser canalha, né? Porque tem gente que fala assim, ah, eu agora vou experimentar o cara é cachista, aí ele vai lá e vou experimentar o God of War, o novo God of War. Aí vai lá e faz, ah, esse jogo é lixo, olha que porcaria, nossa, olha ele arrancando o tronco, olha, isso é canalice, cara. Você pegar o jogo já predisposto a zombar dele, a debochar dele, não manifestar uma opinião sincera, né, somente mesmo pra fazer chacota do jogo e tal, eu acho isso baixaria pra quem se diz gamer, porque o gamer, ele gosta de jogar videogame, então ele tem que ser justo com os jogos, na minha visão, entenderam? Ele tem que avaliar de forma honesta. Se o jogo é da Sony e eu gostei, eu vou falar, não é porque eu gosto mais do Xbox que eu vou diminuir algo da Sony, sendo que eu gostei de fato, entenderam? Então eu acho que... E mesmo se eu não gostar, eu tenho que respeitar quem gosta. Por exemplo, eu não gosto de RPG de turno. Eu não gosto de Final Fantasy, os jogos de Final Fantasy de RPG de turno, por exemplo. Por isso eu vou chegar aqui e falar assim, Final Fantasy é um lixo, é uma porcaria só porque não me agrada. Não, cara, eu sei da qualidade de Final Fantasy, eu sei o quanto os caras sabem trabalhar com jogos, o quanto os caras fizeram histórias desenvolvendo jogos, o mundo tá jogando o jogo, tá dizendo que o jogo é bom, né? E eu vou falar que o jogo é um lixo. É muita prepotência, arrogância da minha parte achar que o meu gosto vale mais do que o gosto de centenas de pessoas, de milhares de pessoas, entenderam? Então a gente tem que aprender esse esquema de respeitar os games, não é nem respeitar só o gosto alheio, é respeitar os games, porque atrás daquele trabalho, não sei se vocês lembram, eu fiz uma live aqui, depois eu tirei do ar, dos irmãos Piologo, detonando um jogo indie, né? Eu fiz uma live, depois eu bloqueei a live porque eu não quero confusão, eu falei, não vou falar desses caras não. Mas eles fizeram exatamente isso, foram lá e detonaram o jogo, porque o jogo é do Xbox, porque o jogo estava chegando no Xbox Series X, detonaram o jogo, certo? É justo pro produtor, o que o produtor de conteúdo, o produtor de jogos falou pra eles lá? Falou, meu, é zoado ficar debochando do trabalho dos outros, eu fiz o meu trabalho pro meu público, eu tenho público pra isso, entendeu? Então os caras não podem generalizar, falar que é ruim, sendo que tem uma comunidade que curte o bagulho. Quem define se é bom ou se é ruim é quem gosta do negócio, quem joga o negócio. Né? Quer dizer, você vai colocar um jogador de FPS, de tiro em primeira pessoa, pra avaliar um FIFA? Claro que o cara vai falar que o FIFA é uma merda. Quem tem que avaliar se é bom ou se é ruim é quem tá acostumado com aquele gênero. Que nem saiu o State of Decay 1, eu joguei pra caramba no 360, fiz guia no meu primeiro canal, no meu segundo canal, trouxe conteúdo dele no Xbox One, quando eu ganhei inclusive a cópia do... Eu tinha comprado a versão digital, mas o Roberto Moscon me doou ali a cópia física do jogo, na época. E eu fiz bastante conteúdo também do State 1. Depois lançou o State 2. Eu acho que eu, como sou bastante conhecedor do jogo, como eu tenho ali, né, eu não diria especialidade, não existe esse lance de especialista, eu não sou especialista, mas eu tenho um conhecimento mais profundo do jogo, eu posso avaliar se o 2 foi melhor ou inferior ao primeiro, eu posso avaliar. Aí vem um pangaré que nunca jogou o jogo na vida, vê um trailer do jogo e fala assim, o jogo é um lixo. É isso que eu sou contra na internet, entendeu, galera? É isso que eu sou contra. Ah, esse jogo é uma merda, é um lixo. Ah, por quê? Ah, porque eu não gosto de joguinho que fica luteando. Jogo que fica luteando eu não gosto. Então, se eu não gosto, é lixo. É a imposição de gosto que a gente cobra muitas vezes do sonista, mas tem cachista que faz também. Então, a gente tem que tomar cuidado com isso, pra gente não cair no erro de fazer o que os outros fazem e depois criticar, que aí vira hipocrisia, entenderam? Esse que é meu ponto de vista sobre esse assunto. E eu já me prolonguei demais, desculpa aí, galera. Mas é isso aí. A própria Sony começou a promover indie na plataforma dela porque a gente sente falta de investimento da Sony no mesmo. Xbox, Nintendo estão dando um banho na Sony em questão de jogos indies. É que a Sony, Tidos, fazia bastante jogo indies antigamente, trazia, né, apoiava muito desenvolvedor indie antigamente, saía muito na Plus, inclusive, e muita gente descia a lenha, entendeu? Muita gente descia a lenha, então às vezes a empresa para de investir num segmento porque o povo não apoia também. Galera, vocês têm que entender o seguinte, somos nós que fazemos a indústria se movimentar. Sabe por que hoje tem pouco jogo baseado em filme? Sabe por que tem pouco jogo de aventura? Sabe por quê? Né? Aqueles joguinhos de aventura que a gente gostava, né? Bob Esponja, esses jogos. Cada vez tem menos jogos assim, nessa pegada mais infantilizada, mas que é jogo gostosinho de jogar. Tipo, tinha o Capitão América, lembra? Que tinha lá na época do 360, Capitão América, tinha um monte, né? O próprio Brave. Porque a galera parou de dar valor pra isso. Entenderam? A galera parou de dar valor pra isso. A galera parou de apoiar os jogos. Agora é só Fortnitezinho, COD Warzone, nada contra, também acho legal que tenha comunidade pra esses jogos, não é só comunidade pro jogo que eu gosto que tem que ter, né? Mas eu acho que se a gente parar de incentivar a criação de jogos de outros gêneros, o que vai acontecer? Vai ficar escasso, porque o produtor de jogo, ele não vai ficar se matando pra desenvolver um jogo que dá um trabalho, que são anos de trabalho, pra ninguém apoiar, pra ninguém comprar. Então somos nós que apoiamos. Por isso que eu sou fã de carteirinha do Xbox Game Pass. Podem falar o que quiser do Xbox Game Pass. Pra mim é o melhor serviço de jogos da história. Não tem pra ninguém o Xbox Game Pass, porque o Xbox Game Pass proporciona que vocês conheçam jogos que vocês jamais dariam uma oportunidade. Eu fiz um vídeo aqui que nenhum caixista, galera se diz muito caixista, bate no peito e fala eu sou caixista. Fiz um vídeo aqui, a história fantástica do melhor serviço de games, deu 1000 visualizações no canal de quase 50 mil inscritos. Eu falei, cara, eu vou fazer esse vídeo porque eu gosto tanto do Game Pass, eu sei que a comunidade curte tanto que vai ser legal contar a história do serviço pra todo mundo. Cagaram, 15 horas de vídeo, 15 horas de produção pra fazer esse vídeo. Vocês acham que eu vou fazer história de mais alguma coisa no canal? Não vou, porque a galera não investiu no conteúdo. A mesma coisa acontece com jogos. E é por isso que eu gosto do Game Pass, porque o Game Pass pega os jogos indies, coloca na prateleira, a galera vai na curiosidade, vai porque quer pegar uma Gamerscore, vai porque quer fazer não sei o que, vai olhando, caraca, descobri um joguinho, vai lá e joga, e aí se torna um jogo excelente. A filosofia do Xbox entra em ação a partir do momento que a gente passe a dar oportunidade a testar e experimentar os jogos. Aí sim, você testou, experimentou, não gostou, você tem todo o direito de falar, eu não gostei, eu não achei o trabalho bacana. Pra mim esse jogo não vale o que todo mundo diz aí, porque eu não tive uma experiência agradável com ele. E eu tenho o direito de dar a minha opinião. Mas fazer como muitos aí, falar só, sabe, criticar os jogos e tudo mais, eu acho zoado, entendeu? Que vídeo foi esse? O Jurandir perguntou. Tá aqui, esse aqui, Jurandir, ó. Esse aqui, ó. Deixa eu ver se dá pra pegar o link dele aqui que eu já mando pra vocês aí. Não dá, esse aqui. Eu vou abrir ele aqui só pra me pegar o link. Eu compartilhar ele aí com vocês. Esse vídeo me custou 15 horas de trabalho, mano. 15 horas. Porque eu gosto de verdade do Xbox, eu gosto de verdade do Game Pass. Os meus vídeos de crítica do Game Pass, do Xbox aqui, ó, esse aí que eu tô mandando o link, ó. Os meus vídeos de crítica do Xbox, galera, é porque eu gosto de verdade dessa plataforma e eu sei o quanto ela tem potencial pra crescer ainda mais, entenderam? Ontem eu fiz um vídeo aqui, ó, coisas que o Xbox pode aprender com o PlayStation. Por que eu fiz esse vídeo? Porque eu sou isentão? Porque eu sou paga-pau do PlayStation? Não, porque eu sei que o Xbox ainda tem coisas que o PlayStation se destaca e que o Xbox pode acabar, o Xbox pode copiar isso daí, se espelhar nessas coisas e ser ainda melhor. Imagina um Xbox melhor do que já é, meus amigos. Imagina, vai dominar, cara. Vai dominar. Enquanto a Microsoft não entender que ela tem que ser mais pró-consumidor possível, né? Apesar que ela já é, tá? Eu falo no início desse vídeo, se vocês assistirem, vocês vão ver, eu falo no início do vídeo, toda a qualidade que o Xbox tem, né? Mas eu acho que ainda pode trazer algum conteúdo bom. Não falo isso porque eu sou paga-pau da Sony, que nem teve gente lá falando assim, você é paga-pau da Sony, você é meio sonista. Não, cara. Reconhecer que o outro tem qualidades não nos diminui, não. Pelo contrário, isso é bom, isso é nobre. Reconhecer que o adversário, né, que o concorrente tem alguma coisa melhor que você, serve de reflexão para você investir mais na sua marca. para você investir melhor. Então, galera, invistam em jogos de aventura, invistam em jogos de ação. Sai um pouquinho do FIFA, sai um pouquinho do COD, do Fortnite. É gostoso, joga sempre. Não vou falando pra você parar de jogar. Mas tem um joguinho indie bacana no Game Pass, experimenta. Tem um RPGzinho maneiro, sai um pouquinho daquela mesmice, sabe? E dá uma olhadinha nos outros jogos, mano. Porque a gente aprendendo a valorizar os jogos, sempre vai ter jogo bom pra gente jogar, entendeu? Sempre vai ter jogo bacana pra gente jogar. Hoje o indie, ele é importante porque ele salva a gente de muita coisa, porque tem muito indie aí que tá hoje copiando o Metroidvania do passado, né? Tá fazendo coisas parecidas com Castlevania, por exemplo, né? Tem jogos indies que estão pegando o esquema de jogos de aventura do passado e fazendo igual, né? Porque os jogos indies eles são uma homenagem aos jogos atuais, né? Aos jogos AAAs, né? Geralmente o cara que vai fazer um jogo indie, por exemplo, o cara vai fazer um RPGzinho de mundo aberto, ele vai ali, ele olha o Zelda que ele jogava lá no passado, o desenvolvedor, e ele fala, cara, eu sempre quis fazer um Zelda, eu vou fazer um joguinho com todos os elementos do Zelda ali, vou incorporar, e isso tá salvando a gente hoje de não ficar nesses mundinhos fechado de Call of Duty, FIFA todo ano, tá ligado? Isso tá salvando a gente dessa mesmice de Fortnite todo ano, de passe de temporada, de DLC, expansão tirada do jogo que já era pra vir no jogo base. Isso tá salvando a gente. O jogo indie hoje, ele é um respiro a essa mesmice que a gente tem aí, que todo jogo tem uma receita já pronta, sem alma, já tem a receitinha já pronta pra seguir, que é a receitinha do sucesso. Todo mundo tá querendo isso aqui, então vamos fazer isso aqui. Uma vez o como é que é o nome dele lá? O Kojima, né? O Kojima disse assim, cara, seria muito fácil eu fazer um joguinho onde fique 100 pessoas no mapa e só sobra uma. E eu ficar ganhando dinheiro com isso, mas eu quero fazer coisa diferente. Entendeu? Eu quero fazer coisa diferente. Eu quero trazer um conteúdo diferenciado. Eu quero focar em história. Eu quero fazer cinemática no meu jogo. Então eu achei isso legal da parte dele, porque mostra pra gente que ainda tem desenvolvedor interessado em não ir na onda dos demais, entendeu? Viu que GTA deu certo? Vou fazer tipo um GTA, fazer um modo online tipo GTA e vou ficar segurando a galera ali ganhando dinheiro deles. Ah, o Fortnite deu certo, eu vou fazer outro Fortnite também. Daqui a pouco você tem Forza Battle Royale, você tem FIFA Battle Royale, daqui a pouco você tem tudo Battle Royale, porque o povo só tá investindo nisso, entendeu? Então é a gente que tem que fazer diferente, tá, galera? Pensem nisso, reflitam nisso. Não é querendo ser aquele tiozão chato, não, né? O tiozão que joguei Atari, joguei Super Nintendo, joguei Mega Drive, joguei a porra toda de antigamente, entendeu? Mas não é que eu tô querendo impor nada também não, tá? É só minha opinião. Que eu tô vendo a nossa indústria gamer caindo muito, justamente que as pessoas estão muito preconceituosas. Elas estão falando muito do jogo sem experimentar, sem conhecer, entendeu? E aí elas não dão oportunidade, às vezes o jogo tá baratinho, se o cara der oportunidade ele vai gostar. Não tô falando pra você comprar tudo que tá ali, mas você tem o Game Pass hoje, pô. Cachista não tem desculpa, mano. Cachista tem o Game Pass, cara. Ah, eu não sabia se o jogo era bom. Você não assina o Game Pass? Baixa lá. Ah, eu não sabia se o jogo era bom. Não veio nos Games with Gold? Baixa lá, experimenta, pô. Por que ficar xingando o jogo se você não experimentou? Eu já descobri vários jogos da hora, graças à oportunidade que eu dei nos Games with Gold, mano. Já descobri vários jogos da hora por causa disso. Entendeu? State Battle Royale. O Xbox Info falou State Battle Royale. Forza Battle Royale já existe aí, ó. Já nem sabia disso, sujeito. Se existe mesmo, eu nem sabia. Ai, caramba. É cada uma, hein, galera. Vocês me aprontam cada um, hein, mano. Mas é isso, mano. Esse evento eu quero que vocês entendam uma coisa, pessoal. O pessoal que vai criticar o evento porque não teve AAA, o evento não é de AAA, beleza? Vamos separar as coisas, não vamos julgar o A, né, como se fosse B. Você não pode entrar num evento indie querendo que tenha jogo AAA. Isso aí não é inteligente. O evento é um evento para jogo indie. O problema do evento não foram os jogos. O problema do evento foi o formato. Eu achava que tinha que ter entrevistas sim, mas eu acho que as entrevistas tinham que ser mais curtas, mais objetivas, entenderam? O Jurandir falou que gostou, que curtiu o evento. Então, eu não gostei do evento, eu achei o evento terrível, terrível. sonolento, cansativo, maçante, mas eu acho que apresentou muito jogo legal. A gente tem que ser, eu pelo menos na minha visão, tenho que ser justo, entendeu? Teve algo sobre o State 3, o André Gustavo falou, não, pô, o State não vai ser mais indie, André. O State não vai ser mais indie. Ó, o Tidus falou, a Microsoft é a maior distribuidora, talvez, de RPG no ocidente. O pior é que, assim, com as empresas que ela comprou, isso aí tá se tornando um fato mesmo. Ela comprou uma porrada de empresa de RPG, mano. Vai ter só RPG no Xbox desse jeito. RPG e tiro em primeira pessoa. Ai, caramba. O próprio State, né? Tem uma porrada de elementos de RPG, né? O Cross Dust falou que só o Undertale já salvou o mês pra ele. O Jurandir falou que gostou pelos jogos, né? Então, não, pelos jogos não tem o que falar, Jurandir. Tem que falar. Ali é um evento de jogo indie. Se a gente esperasse mais do que foi apresentado ali também, pô, ia querer demais. Tá bom o que foi apresentado ali. O problema foi como foi apresentado, entendeu? Só isso. Os jogos eu também gostei. Não gostei de todos, mas eu gostei de bastante. Bastante jogos foi apresentado ali. Beleza, meus amigos? Muito obrigado pela presença de vocês na live. Apareçam na Twitch. Não sei se vai dar mais pra fazer live lá na Twitch hoje, que eu ia fazer live terminando o Assassin's Creed, né? Buscando 100% do Assassin's Creed lá na DLC, mas essa live aqui, mano, eu não esperava que fosse demorar tanto, mano. Os caras da Microsoft me ferraram, atrapalharam todo o meu cronograma aqui, entendeu? E eu vou comer alguma coisa agora aqui, né, fazer um lanche, e se der mais tarde eu entro lá em live e a gente bate papo lá. Pra quem não sabe, o canal de lives aqui na Twitch, ó, só vem, tá, fi? Já vem agora, eu vou até deixar pra vocês... De vez em quando tem sorteio lá, tá, pessoal? Mas eu tô evitando avisar o sorteio pra não aparecer o pessoal só que quer sorteio, tá? Que quer jogo grátis. Pra todo mundo que tá ali batendo papo participar. E não só quem tá chegando agora, entendeu? O cara tá chegando lá agora só pra pegar sorteio, aí fica ruim, né? Aí fica ruim. Mas tá aí, ó. Essa aí o canal de lives Aliados Gamers Oficial. Ó, tá aqui, ó. Se der agora, hoje à noite eu faço live. Eu não vou prometer porque na real, eu tenho compromisso com a minha família à noite, entendeu? Se tudo der certo, eu vou assistir filme com as minhas filhas, com meus filhos, com a minha esposa, entendeu? Então não vou prometer, porque a hora que eu tenho pra jogar é agora à tarde até à noite, né? Mas aí à noite, quando a esposa chegar, aí eu tenho que dar atenção pra família também, entendeu? Mas se por um acaso aqui a gente assistiu, né? Que a gente tá pretendendo assistir filme no Disney+, aqui... e tal, aí a gente assistiu, tal, tirou um lazer e der pra fazer uma livezinha ainda, eu faço uma livezinha, beleza? Gustavo Santos, galera, eu vou responder a pergunta do Gustavo Santos. Falou alguma coisa do Free to Play? Não falou, e quando falar vocês já sabem, né, galera? Vou falar aqui no canal pra vocês, né? Não precisa perguntar toda hora, né? Só entrar nos vídeos aí. Se o tema não for esse é porque ainda não falou. Quando falar, eu vou ser um dos primeiros a trazer esse conteúdo pra vocês, beleza? O Julius falou que tá sempre lá. Você é o Julius caixista ou Otério Crews? Você é o Julius caixista? Se for, você tá sempre lá mesmo que eu vejo você lá, hein? Quem é você lá? Você sabe que eu sou um dos inscritos mais velhos. Ah, é, Gemerson? Sabia não, Gemerson. Sabia não. Transmite o filme pra gente, então. Eu já pensei em fazer isso, viu? Mas é isso aí, meus amigos. Fiquem com Deus aí. Obrigado pela presença de vocês. Espero que vocês tenham gostado da transmissão, né? Cobertura completa. Essa aqui foi a cobertura mais completa. Ninguém ficou até o final, hein? Até o Sala, meu amigo Sala do canal MX Gameplay, vazou, meu amigo. Não aguentou a tortura da live. A live do Xbox hoje, olha, foi torturante mesmo. Eu admito. Beleza, meus amigos? Fiquem com Deus. Um grande abraço. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Um grande abraço a todos vocês. Valeu e falou!